येनेदं भूतं भुवनं भविष्यत् परिग्रही तममृतेन सर्वं येन यज्ञस्तायते सप्तहोता तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु यस्मिन् ऋचः सामयजो भुङ्क्ति यस्मिन् प्रतिष्ठिता रथना भाविवाराः यस्मिंश्चित्तगुं सर्वमोतं तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु सुखारथिरश्वानिव यन्मनुष्यान्नेनीयते भीषुभृत्पाजिन इव हृत्प्रतिष्ठैर्यदधिरै दविष्टं तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु हरिः ओम नमः। सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः।
Thank you, Rama, for this beautiful chanting. Now I would like to invite our head of the department, Professor Haridas Sarkar, sir, to deliver his welcome address. Sir.
ओम असतो मा सद्गमय तमसोर्मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा अमृतं गमय। ओम शांति शांति शांति। ওই সুধীয় বিদ্বাংস বিদুষশ্চ অদ্য अस्माकम् অতীব হর্ষস্য তথা চ সৌভাগ্যস্য বিষয়ো বর্ততে यत् अस्माकं পঞ্চানন বর্মা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়स्य সংস্কৃত বিভাগেন অদ্যত আরভ্য আগামী পঞ্চদিবসं ব্যাপ্য আন্তর্জাতিকম আন্তর্জালিকম আন্তর্জাতিক একম समायोज्यते। अस्मिन् शुभे मुहूर्ते अस्माभिः सह समुपस्थिता सन्ति अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयस्य सम्माननीया उपाचार्या महोदया श्रीमन्त डॉक्टर देवकुमार मुखोपाध्याय वर्या यस्य सुव्यवस्थया विश्वविद्यालयस्य सर्वेषु अपि क्षेत्रेषु समुन्नति संलक्ष्यते। समुपस्थिता सन्ति विश्वविद्यालयस्य सम्मानार्हा निबन्धक महाशया श्रीमन्त डॉक्टर अब्दुल महाभागा यस्य कर्मदक्षं सुतरामेव सर्वत्र प्रथितं वर्तते। सम्मेलनस्य अस्य सूत्रामेव येषां खलु सम आमन्त्रितानां प्रथितयशानां प्राध्यापकानां प्राध्यापिकानां च सगौरव उपस्थित्या निश्चय प्रवचमेव वर्धितमिति विश्वसिमि। ते भवन्ति मान्ना प्राचार्य शास्त्रविद श्रीमंत प्रोफेसर भुवेन महोदय विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृतस्य प्रवीणा
এটা কি
प्राध्यापका
নেটের প্রবলেম হচ্ছে?
वर्तन्ते। नेदरलैंड
ঠিক আছে,
लाइडेन नगरात्
একে বার করবো
अत्र
একজন
समुपस्थिता
জন্ডিনা
सन्ति।
বার করবো জন্ডিনা।
महोदयेभ्यो विभागपक्षतो कर्तव्यं विनिर्वेदयम् अस्माकम् आह्वानं स्वीकृत्य समान समाग समागमं समागमनाय एते महाभागा अस्य सम्मेलनस्य प्रधान पद अलङ्कन्ति। अस्माकं सह सन्ति विविधशास्त्रपारङ्गता विशेषतया न्यायशास्त्रे विशेषेण निष्णाता। सम्मेलनस्य अस्य सम्माननीया अतिथयो पश्चिमबङ्ग राष्ट्रीय विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत विभागस्य अध्यक्षा श्रीमन्त प्रोफेसर अयन भट्टाचार्य महोदया। तेभ्यो अपि मम हृदय उत्सारितं कर्तव्यं विनिर्वेद्यते। समुपस्थिता सन्ति कलिकता विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत विभागस्य प्रवीणा प्राध्यापिका मम अग्रजा कल्पा श्रीमत्य प्रोफेसर मौदास गुप्त महाभागा, या खलु अद्य अस्मिन् सम्मेलने विशिष्ट अतिथि पदम् अलङ्कृत्य विराजन्ति। ताभ्यो अपि महोदयाभ्यो मम कृतज्ञता शुभाशंसा च। अन्ये अपि ये प्रथित यशो विद्वांस सम्मेलनस्य पञ्चसु दिनेषु समामन्त्रिता विषयमाश्रित्य अस्माकं समक्षं भाषणं समुपस्थापयिष्यन्ति। अस्माकं ज्ञानपिपासां च करिष्यन्ति। ते भवन्ति डॉक्टर रमाकान्त पाण्डेवर्या, उत्तर प्रदेशस्य काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालयस्य विख्याता व्याकरणाचार्या। डॉक्टर पंकज कुमार मिश्र महाभागा, दिल्लीस्थ सेंट स्टीफेन्स महाविद्यालयस्य प्राध्यापका। डॉक्टर हरे कृष्ण पट्टजोशी वर्या, रामकृष्ण मिशन विद्या मंदिर महाविद्यालयस्य प्रख्याता व्याकरणाचार्या। डॉक्टर शेख साबिर अली महोदया, पश्चिमबंग राष्ट्रीय विश्वविद्यालयस्य नितरां विख्याता छात्रवत्सल्या अध्यापका। डॉक्टर राकेश दास महोदया, रामकृष्ण मिशन विवेकानंद विश्वविद्यालयस्य व्याकरणस्य प्रथित यश अध्यापका। डॉक्टर संतु सिंह वर्या, बांकुड़ा विश्वविद्यालयस्य न्यायशास्त्र प्रवीणा अध्यापका। डॉक्टर सुब्रजीत सेन वर्या, गौरबंग विश्वविद्यालयस्य काव्यशास्त्र दक्षा अध्यापका। श्रीमंत पीताम्बर निराला वर्य, कृष्णनगर सर्वकारीय महाविद्यालयस्य अध्यापका। श्रीमंत दीप्र चक्रवर्ती महाभागा, कनाडा देशस्य आलबारिया विश्वविद्यालयस्य यशस्विनो गवेषका। श्रीमंत तुहिन भट्टाचार्य महोदया, अमेरिका देशस्य विश्वविद्यालयस्य साहित्य विभागस्य খ্যাতিমন্ত গবেষকা। সর্বেভ্যো এতেভ্যো विद्वद्भ्यो अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृतसंकाय पक्षतो हार्दं कर्तव्यं स्वागतश्च व्यवहरामि। अस्य पञ्चदिवस व्यापृतस्य आन्तर्जालिक आन्तर्जातीय चर्चाचक्रस्य विषयो वर्तते। शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारो इति नितरां गभीरशास्त्रीय अयं विषयः यतो हि वयं जानीम अस्माकं संस्कृतसाहित्यस्य सर्वेषु अपि व्याकरणसाहित्यस्य साहित्य न्याय मीमांसा वेदादिषु शास्त्रेषु यस्या वृत्ते विस्तृतं समीक्षानं प्राप्यते। न केवलं प्राच्यविद्वांस्य अपि दार्शनिकविषयम् सूक्ष्ममतानि इति कृत्वा दिवसपञ्चकं व्याप्य विषये व्याख्यानं भविष्यति। सर्वे उतार उपकृता भविष्यन्ति इति च आशासे। अन्तिमे येषां यासां च विद्यार्थिनां ये च स्व नाम पञ्जीकरणम् अत्र कृतवन्तः ताभ्यश्च सर्वाभ्यश्च विभागपक्षतः अहं हार्दिक सर्वे सम्पूर्णमपि दिवसपञ्चकं व्याप्य प्रत्यहम् अत्र समाहरणं साफल्यम् इति व्यहितात्रैव विरमामि। सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। ओम शांति शांति शांति। जयतु संस्कृतम जयतु भारतम। ओम शांति।
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, now I would like to request our honorable and very own honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Dept Mukherjee, to deliver his inaugural speech. Sir.
Thank you, Somojit. At the very outset, I express my sincere thanks for inviting me in your 5-day long international webinar. Head of the Department of Sanskrit and other faculty members, you have arranged this beautiful webinar, and this long 5-day webinar will be continuing, and I am sure within this 5 days webinar, a number of good experts will be joining, and I am sure we have arranged so that our students can participate in this webinar. So that right now I am not seeing the much participation from our student side, but I am sure we have arranged the participation of our students so that they can get benefit from this type of webinar. It is absolutely necessary, as because now under this pandemic situation, students are not getting right classroom teaching. So in this situation, it is, if you arrange for the students that they are getting the teaching or something new, what happens, no, generally in classroom teaching or in classroom lecture, all these things, students are getting you.
বলে দিন যে
Even
ইউটিউব সময় দেখছি, ঠিক আছে?
online also, online class under this pandemic
হ্যাঁ,
situation. You are doing this online
বলে দিবি এটা,
classes,
বলে দে এটা।
and online classes also, our students are not habituated in getting. And I know more than 50% of our students of our university, they are not in a position to receive these online classes, online teaching. However, if you can arrange for our students so that they can join this webinar and they can get the opportunity to hear a good paper, good presentation from different experts from different corner of the globe. On behalf of the university, I express sincere thanks to all these experts coming from different parts of this globe, and they have given their consent to give lecture for this webinar. And virtually, we are really grateful, we are really thankful that teachers from different corners, scholars from different corners of this globe, they have given consent, and I am sure if you can arrange for our students also, they will be benefited through this webinar. So I expect that their thought-provoking lectures will benefit them, and I expect this webinar will come with a flying color and it will be a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sanskrit Department of Coach Bihar Panchanan, Burma University. Over to Somojit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, our students are also have already joined in the direct YouTube live link. Almost 1,171 or 75 students and scholars from different corners of the world and also from the country and the state, they have already joined. Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking and inspiring lecture.
It is very fine. Plus, just let me know how many students from our university joined. Do you have any information on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Almost all of the students of our university have already joined through the
Thank you
YouTube
very
live
much. Good,
link.
very good.
Yes, sir.
Very
Yes.
good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspiring address. Now I would like to request our honorable registrar sir, Dr. Abdul Qadir Safeli sir, to deliver his address and inspire us. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar to all. Hope you are keeping well. It's a great opportunity to share few words with such scholars from all over the globe, as well the students, because we are missing the students and teachers for a long time due to the longest lockdown in India. However, after long days, we are watching Somojit, Obhijit, and our head of the department in the live program. Your 5-day program, undoubtedly, we have already attended so many webinars from colleges and our university also. But perhaps this is the longest webinar program being organized by the Department of Sanskrit. And your topic, this is not my field, so it's a very tough word, so I will not try to pronounce it. Very interesting thing I want to share. One student was, during his entrance examination, there was a tough word. And it has to analyze the word, but the student did not know the meaning of the word. He just wrote that the word is, writing that word, he wrote that this is a tough word. So this type of pronunciation, I will not try to open. However, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has presented during his discussion everything, what is the significance and how much the students will be benefited through this webinar. So I will not speak more. Hope it will be a grand success, and all the participants, especially for the students, it will be very beneficial because so far my knowledge is concerned, this is based on grammar. So students will be undoubtedly benefited through this type of discussion, and they will be awarded with a certificate also. So hope it will be a great success. And thank you once again, the Department of Sanskrit, for their this type of initiative. Thank you. And Shomojit, at the same time, I would like to uh, say that I have to leave now because I have so many uh, words.
Yes,
Eight.
yes.
So thank you.
Okay, sir.
And immediately after my short speech, I will leave. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, with us right now, we are saying that in the live platform, uh, our respected chief guest from uh, from the very far uh, Paris University, Professor Huben sir, Chan E.M. Huben sir, the chief guest of our of this inaugural session, have joined, and we can see that we have also with us the special guest, Professor Mou Dasgupta from the Department of Sanskrit of University of Calcutta. She has also joined here. So we are very glad to have you, sir and ma'am. And now I would like to mm, invite Dr. Obhijit Mondol, sir, the joint convener of this conference, to deliver his small lecture on the theme of this conference. Thank you.
मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयति गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम्। अद्य भारतवर्षस्य पश्चिमबङ्गे कच्बिहारमण्डलस्थितस्य कच्बिहारपञ्चाननवर्मा विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृतसंकायेन समायोजितायाम् अस्यां दिवसपञ्चव्यापिन्याम् अस्य अन्तर्जातीयसङ्गोष्ठ्यां ये खलु समागताः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सुस्वागतम्। अत्र ये खलु राजन्ते तेभ्यः हुबेन महोदयेभ्यः मौ दासगुप्त महोदयाभ्यः तथा च सर्वेभ्यः अध्यापकेभ्यः मत्पक्षतः कार्तज्ञं विज्ञाप्यते। अद्य तु प्रथमः दिवसः, इयं च उद्घाटनसभा। अस्यां सभायां ये च श्रोतारः सन्ति तेभ्यः कार्तज्ञं प्रणामादिकं विज्ञाप्य समासतः चर्चाचक्रस्य लक्ष्यम् उपस्थाप्यते। साम्प्रतिककाले नैकविध शास्त्रपारङ्गमेषु पण्डितेषु एवं मुखप्रसिद्धिः विद्यते यत् ये संस्कृतं पठन्ति, ये च संस्कृतजनाः ते प्राचीनशास्त्रे एव निमज्जिताः अद्यापि। ततः न बहिर्गताः ते। आम्, सत्यमेव। वयं तु संस्कृतरूप अर्णवस्य गभीरे अतिगभीरे वा निमज्जने समुत्सुकाः वयं। तत्र संस्कृतस्य शास्त्रस्य अतिगभीरे राजन्ते मनयः, तत्त्वमनयः तत्र राजन्ते। तादृश एव रत्नतुल्यः तत्त्वगर्भः तादृशः रत्नगर्भः विषयः शब्दः। तत्र शब्दज्योतिषा वा शब्देन एव समग्र जगत् उद्भासितं भवति। तत्र हरिणा उक्तं न स्वस्ति प्रत्ययो लोके यः शब्दान् गमात् ऋते अनुविद्धमिव ज्ञानं सर्वं शब्देन भासते इति। अस्मादेव शब्दात् अर्थप्रत्ययो भवति। तत्र शब्दबोधे वृत्तिज्ञानम् अत्यावश्यकं भवति। सा च वृत्ति साधारणतया त्रिधा भवति, विविधा, लक्षणा, व्यञ्जना चेति। कदाचिच्च तात्पर्यवृत्तिः तेन तया चतुर्था अपि भवति। अत्र उक्तं शीर्षकः विद्यते शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः। अत्र शास्त्रेषु कथं? तत्र संस्कृतवाङ्मये शास्त्रान्तराणि विद्यन्ते, तेषां मतान्तराणि अपि विद्यन्ते। तत्र वैदिकशास्त्रं, व्याकरणशास्त्रं, न्यायशास्त्रं, अलङ्कारशास्त्रं, मीमांसाशास्त्रं इत्यादीनि शास्त्राणि प्राथम्यं भजन्ते एव। तत्र सर्वे एव शास्त्रकाराः शब्दस्य माहात्म्यं स्वीकुर्वन्ति। ते वृत्तेरपि माहात्म्यं स्वीकुर्वन्ति, परन्तु तत्र मतभेदः विद्यते वृत्तेः भेदस्वीकारे। तत्र केचन शास्त्रकाराः वृत्त्यैकं स्वीकुर्वन्ति, केचन वृत्तिद्वयं स्वीकुर्वन्ति, केचन च वृत्तित्रयं स्वीकुर्वन्ति। अत्र संशयः विद्यते। तत्र संशयस्य दूरीकरणाय विचारः आवश्यकः। तस्मादेव शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इति अधिवेशनस्य नामकरणम्। अत्र ये खलु शास्त्रप्रवीणाः ज्ञानवृत्ताः आचार्याः राजन्ते, तथा च पञ्चदिवसव्यापिन्याम् अस्यां सङ्गोष्ठ्यां ये च आचार्याः प्राध्यापकाः वक्तारः सन्ति, तेषां ज्ञानगर्भवचनामृतं पीत्वा धन्याः भविष्यामः। तथा च शब्दवृत्ति संशयच्छेदोऽपि न भविष्यति इत्यत्र नास्ति कश्चित् संशयलेशः। अतः ये खलु श्रोतारः सन्ति, ते सर्वे एव समागोष्ठ्यां ये आचार्याः सन्ति तेषां वचनामृतं पीत्वा धन्याः भविष्यन्ति। इत्येवं प्रकारेण तत्र विषयस्य संक्षेपेण तत्र लक्ष्यम् उपस्थाप्य सर्वेभ्यः यथायोग्यं श्रद्धाप्रणामादिकं प्रणतिगतिं च विनिवेद्य अत्रैव विरम्यते। सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः। अयम् आरम्भः शुभाय भवतु।
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhijit Mondal sir, our joint convener of this conference. Now we have come to the main part of this conference, for which we have waited for so many days to listen to the invaluable lectures of our honorable guests. Professor Jan E.M. Huben sir is our chief guest today of this conference. Actually, he needs no introduction. The people, the students, the scholars who are from this background, I mean from Sanskrit background, they know him very well. He is an international figure. Though who do not know and are students of this university and from other universities, I want to introduce Professor Jan E.M. Huben sir, and I am taking this privilege with this through this live streaming mode to introduce him for our students. Professor E.M. Huben is a professor of Sanskrit and a director of studies, sources and history of the Sanskrit tradition at the EPHE, Paris Science and Letters, University of Paris, France. His areas of scholarly interest include the philosophical and linguistic tradition of ancient and classical India and Vedic studies. After carrying out research on Vertihari's philosophy of language in Utrecht, Netherlands, Vancouver, Canada, and in many universities of Switzerland and others, he obtained his PhD degree on the Sambandha Samuddesha of Vertihari's Bhakyapadiya in Utrecht in 1992. Between 1993 and 2003, he was a research fellow of the International Institute of Asian Studies, Leiden, of the Netherlands Organization for Scientific Research, and of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Sciences, Amsterdam. After his appointment in Paris in 2003, his research and teaching mainly concerned traditional Sanskrit grammar, history of Indian scientific thought, and narrative and ritual in Vedic literature. His participations include the Pravargya, Delhi 1991, the Sambandha Samuddesha chapter on relation, and Vertihari's philosophy of language, Groningen 1995. He wrote the Sanskrit section in the emergence of semantics in 4 linguistic traditions: Hebrew, Sanskrit, Greek, Arabic. Edited Indology and Status of Sanskrit from Leiden 1996 and Delhi 2012. Co-edited Violence Denied, Violence, Nonviolence, and the Rationalization of Violence in South Asian Cultural History from Leiden 1999. Co-organized the International Vedic Workshop in Leiden in 2002 and in uh, Bucharest in 2011, and co-organized other seminars and conferences on this very topic area of research. Since July 2019, he is visiting professor at the School of Humanities, Social Science and Management, IIT Bhubaneswar. I mean, he was in India in the last year, IIT Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and since September 2019, he is selected as a member of the Senate of IIT Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And with these few words, I would like to invite our honorable chief guest, Professor Jan Huben sir, to deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon. I'm so happy to see you after we met in Leiden, of course, at the conference where you presented a very brilliant paper. So the world has changed quite a lot since that time. Now traveling has become much more difficult, but with this new technology, which sometimes it's still a little difficult. So I had to use the computer of my wife. But fortunately, at the end, there is a solution to many problems. So thank you very much. Congratulations to the organizers, and also thanks to the organizers for having invited me for this very well-planned topic and a well-planned conference. I will give us a short overview of some of the some aspects of this problem, of the reflection on language, on word, on language, on speech in the different shastras, in Indian shastras. So I will try to present also a PowerPoint, means I will support my presentation with a few slides so that it is maybe easier to follow for everyone. I have to see how that will work technically. So the title in any case, which I gave for this for my presentation now today, is Perspectives on Speech According to Ancient Indian Shastras. And if you want to have it in Sanskrit, Prachina Bharatiya Shastreshu Vak Vishaye Drishtikonah. So Drstikona is the very technical translation of perspective, but in modern philosophy, perspective has a very wide meaning, but it is already there in ancient Indian thinking as well. But it will be referred to as Naya, for instance, in Jaina philosophy. And so we have several points in this regard. So to make it to start, I will try to make it share your screen. Let me see. I will see whether that works. Now you will see that, but I want to share the PowerPoint. By the way, you can hear me properly? I hope so. You can hear me
Yes, sir.
properly.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So that
Sound
is
and clear. Yes, sir.
okay. And when I share my screen, do you see the PowerPoint?
I'm getting.
Do you see the PowerPoint now?
No, sir. Not yet.
Okay. Yes, that I have done. Okay, I'll just little try. Is it coming or not? Otherwise, I have to find another solution. So you only see share your entire screen. Share, maybe. Okay. Okay. So I will, in that case, I will try once more a little bit. I saw it, yes. Yeah, that I've done. It's not coming. My green PowerPoint. You got it on the screen? Yeah, I have it here on the screen. Okay, then you speak. Okay, so in any case, I will see, maybe it will click or not. I don't know, somehow.
Sir.
I see sometimes the screen here, but okay. So anyway, so perspectives on speech according to ancient Indian Shastras. So to make to go into the topic, into the problem area, I would like to start with the quotation of some Vedic statement. Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha anandam brahmano vidvan na bibheti kutaschana. So the one who knows the bliss of Brahman, from which words and mind revert without having reached it, has no fear from anything. So this is from Taittiriya Aranyaka, 8 to 9 in the Andhra recension, or 5:14:34 in the Dravida recension of the Taittiriya Aranyaka, and it is also, of course, the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.9. And in this translation, I made it more smoothly to follow in English, but if we follow the sequence of phrases in Sanskrit, the construction becomes somewhat more complicated in English. So that from which yato vacho nivartante, that from which words and mind revert without having reached it, aprapya manasa saha, anandam brahmano vidvan, he who knows that bliss of Brahman, na bibheti kutaschaneti, has no fear from anything. So again, there is a different translation already published in '98 by Professor Patrick Olivelle, and that is a slightly simplified English. The construction has been somewhat simplified. Before they reach it, words turn back together with the mind. One who knows that bliss of Brahman, he is never afraid. Then there is a somewhat poetical translation of the same by Robert Ernest Hume, where from words turn back together with the mind, not having attained, the bliss of Brahma, he who knows, fears not from anything at all. And finally, the translation by Radha Krishnan, published in 1953, whence words return along with the mind, not attaining it, he who knows that bliss of Brahman fears not from anything at all. So these are a few translations, and we should have a better look, in fact, at this statement, because it has been transmitted together with accent, and I have to say that I noticed that some of my colleagues in India, or even in everywhere, some of my Sanskrit colleagues, they feel to neglect the accent, but it is one precious aspect of the language, and it provides more information about how it was really pronounced. So that has been noted. Generations of Indian scholars have transmitted that accent. So there is some value in keeping that, in studying it, and keeping it, noting it also in our own research work. So yato vacho nivartante, yato vacho nivartante, aprapya manasa saha, anandam brahmano vidvan na bibheti kutaschaneti. So here we see, in fact, it has always been said that Taittiriya, Aranyaka, and Upanishad, they have partly the normal Rigvedic accent and partly irregular accent. However, that so-called irregular accent also follows a certain system that has recently been studied in detail by a colleague of mine. And we can say the second type of accent is in fact Aikashutya, and a kind of modulation for the last part. So we have the statement, which has been transmitted with some accent, partly the old Vedic and Paninian accent, and partly it is a kind of melody superimposed, kind of sing-song superimposed, that is in the second line. So that is why, but both have their own regularity. So we have the Bhatta Bhaskara Mishra, means there are three commentaries are transmitted on this part, and they all have their value. So of course Shankara's commentary is well known, and less known is the commentary by Bhatta Bhaskara Mishra on the same passage, same Upanishad. And also there is a commentary by Sayana. So the last part of this verse has been explained by Bhatta Bhaskara as follows: Yasya brahmanaha anandam api vidvan kim punastat vidvan iti bhavaha evam brahmavid apnoti param iti prakrantam samarthitam. So he explains that if this is the case for someone who knows the Ananda of Brahma, then how much more it applies to someone who knows that Brahma. And in that way, the whole section, which starts of the Taittiriya Upanishad, which starts with Brahmavid apnoti param, has been confirmed. So in addition, he explains the first part of this verse, Vak Shabdena, Vak Indriyam Uchyate, Bahuvachanat Adi Artha Gamyate, Vak Adini Indrayani Manasa Saha, Yato Manomayat Nivartante Anantatvat, Tasya Apraptya Kartsnyena Manomayam Agarhitva Arvak Eva Shrantani Bhavanti. Yatva tasya vacham vibhaga vasthan nu rupatvat vachah vachakabhedah tato nivartante tatra na santiti. So that is his explanation of the second part. The translation, the interpretation by Sayana, however, is most suitable for our topic of the Vak Vritti and the Shabda Vritti, because here only the epistemological aspect of the problem are highlighted. So Sayana explains Vachaka Shabda Jnapakena Manasa Saha Brahmanah Swarupa Bhutam Anandam Aprapya Yasmat Brahmanandan Nivartante Tat Brahmanandam Vidvan Manomayopadhi Vishishtam Upasina Kadachidapi Na Bibheti. Then we get the deeper analysis. Jati gunadi abhavan na brahmani vachaka shabda pravarti. Etacha naishkarmya siddha vuktam shashti guna kriya jati rudhaya shabda hetavah natmanyanyatamo amisham tenatma nabhidhiyate iti. Mano api vastuni sankalpayat tadanim idarg iti va tadarg iti va sankalpayati na chaitat ubhayam brahmani sambhavati tasman mano brahmano nivartate. So here we see the distinction between the function of speech and the function of the mind, where explicit speech is not taken into account. So so here we have the well-known statement of the Upanishads, which suggests, which is pointing to an ontological reality. But in the statement we can have a look at the epistemological problems. So just as several other texts and passages in Vedic literature, this statement in the Taittiriya Upanishad shows that an intimate relation was accepted between language, words, and thought, mind. But what is remarkable in this statement of Yato Vacho Nivartante is that it is here at the same time recognized that there is something beyond both language and thought, and even that it is possible to know this something, namely the bliss of Brahman. So we see in this statement the problem of the relation between speech or language and reality, and speech or language and mind. Mind means whatever we have in mind. Speech and words can be used in many ways and for many purposes in life. We can use it to scare away the birds. We can use speech to impress our colleagues. We can use speech to amuse ourselves while singing a song. So, but two very comprehensive and vital functions of speech and of words are the expression of reality and the expression of what we have in mind, what we know, think, perceive, and feel. So if someone says he knows something beyond speech and thinking, beyond words and mind, should we believe that person? Perhaps he is trying to make a joke. Or if we are sure it is not a joke or he is not trying to cheat us, perhaps his perception or reasoning went wrong. So what to do if someone claims that he is knowing something which he cannot speak about? So if we feel if we from our side we feel we know something but we cannot put it into words, do we really know that something? Or should we accept that we really do not know that something which we cannot express in language? It's not really a real knowledge if we cannot put it into words. Now, a very different approach to these problems than the Vedantic approach in our quotations from the Taittiriya Upanishad and its commentators was adopted by other ancient Indian philosophers, such as the Vaisheshikas, the grammarians, the Buddhists, and who were also again very different among themselves. So here we come to a basic axiom of the Vaisheshikas, which will bring us in a very different track of thinking than the Vedantic track with which we have started. So one of their basic axioms is the following: Shannam api padarthanam astitva abhidheyatva jneyatvani. to all 6 categories of the real items in the universe applies that they exist, are nameable and knowable. So this is the way of saying of it is simply the nominal style of Sanskrit. We should not think there is any astitva as a jati or avideyatva. We have here simply the way of saying that all 6 categories exist, are nameable and knowable. So this is a very interesting enterprise by the Vaisheshikas to enumerate all real items in the universe, both things and non-things. Means the first 3 categories, they are called artha or things, and the others, they are not artha, but they are real in their own way. So they made a very heroic effort to make a complete systematic description, and we can say it is a scientific effort to describe the whole world, and to later on also to give the rules of how these items interact. For instance, a guna has to remain to be residing in a dravya. It cannot be without that. So we have the main items which they recognized after reflecting on all on their own perceptions, but also taking the sacred text, the Veda, as a starting point. They concluded that Prithvi, earth, Ap, Jala or water, Tejas, fire, Vayu, air, Akasha, space or ether, Kala, time, Dik, direction, Atma, self, Manas, mind, that they are the real substances, and that there are a number of qualities which reside in these substances, and also some actions can reside in these dravyas. So, for instance, in earth, there can be color, taste, smell, etc. In Atman, there can be intellect, pleasure, but also number. There is also connection can be there, separation, etc. So we have for each, they have analyzed whatever they could enumerate. They have also analyzed how these things are related. Now, in the Vaisheshika's discussion of the 4 substances, earth, water, fire, and air, in their Padartha Dharma Sangraha, they have established that each of these 4 substances is twofold. It is permanent, then it is the cause or ultimate atoms, and it is impermanent when it is a product, a composed thing. And the impermanent is again threefold. It can be the bodies. The bodies are earth, for instance. And only within earth there is the distinction between womb-born, the yonija, and non-womb-born, ayonija. And all other substances, they have exclusively ayonija bodies. Then there is a sense of perception, which is also material, belonging to the substance, and there is the object, the outer world, which is also coming under earth, water, fire, and air. In the case of air, there is an extra division. They mention the prana as an extra item. Now, sound and language, they do not come in these 4, let's say, substantial substances, these objective substances. They are a quality of another substance, namely space. And one more important thing is that although the Veda is definitely held to be authoritative by the Vaisheshikas, there's no place for Brahman in this inventory of all real items in the universe. There is Satta, but not really Brahman as it is perceived in other systems. So we have also another very different approach than this Vedantic approach with which we have started. That is found in Bhartrihari's Vakyapadiya. Na sosti pratyayo loke yah shabdanugamat urte anuvidham ivajnanam sarvam shabdena bhasate. There is no cognition in the world that does not follow language. All knowledge appears as if permeated by words. So to know something that is where words and mind do not reach, that would not fit into the axiom of the Vaisheshikas, nor in this statement of Bhartrihari. So which function or which functions did different ancient Indians thinkers and different philosophical schools attribute to speech? Where does speech stand? Where do words stand in relation to reality and to knowledge, as conceived by different ancient Indian thinkers and different philosophical schools? In order to understand the position of one school on speech, what is their view on speech? It is necessary to first understand its views on reality and knowledge. And then we will see there is a certain regularity in how different schools think about reality and knowledge. In order to have an overview, we will take as starting point a comprehensive but relatively simple linear arrangement of all possible philosophical positions regarding matter and consciousness that has been proposed by the Dutch philosopher J.J. Poortman, who lived from 1896 to 1970. If we remain within our own position, suppose the Sankhya or the Vaisheshika position, then if we remain completely grounded in that single position, it is difficult to appreciate the views of others. We might become very upset if someone is not agreeing with our point of view. But if we put them in a scheme, in a diagram, we might start to understand that our position has a certain logic, but there is also a certain logic to the position of others. And this we can do in different ways. We can arrange the views of different thinkers in different ways. And one group of thinkers in India who were very advanced in arranging the different viewpoints that is found among the Jainas and the great thinker Mallavadin. He arranged all different current views in his time, which was just after Bhartrihari. He arranged it in the form of a wheel, the Dvadashara Naya Chakra. So that has its own value, and but at present, for the modern time, this Dutch philosopher Poortman, he has arranged the different viewpoints regarding matter and consciousness in a more simple linear arrangement, and he has accepted not 12 nayas but 6 positions, 6 categories or paradigms or research programs of the metaphysical. And Poortman gave them a code name. The different views are alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, and zeta. These are simply the alphabet, the letters of the Greek alphabet. So his view, his model, the 6 positions in the model of Poortman, who published his work first in Dutch and later on it was translated, the 4 volumes, into English. So the 6 positions in the model of Poortman are, on the one hand, it starts with mechanical materialism. And in his time, he found that the exact sciences at universities, they accept a mechanical materialism and a physicalist materialism. In the thinking of the sciences, God has no place. So everything they try to understand in a mechanical materialistic way. So that is one extreme. And if we go to the other extreme, Poortman was aware of Advaita Vedanta and Theosophy, where God is everything. Everything is consciousness, and matter is its epiphenomenon. So the real reality, the only reality is God, and what we experience as matter is only an epiphenomenon based on consciousness. So these are the two extremes. And in between, Poortman was aware of several other philosophers. For instance, Descartes, Spinoza, who made a strong distinction between matter and non-matter. For him, God and the soul, they are non-matter, and the body and matter, because Descartes, he wrote in French, so I wrote here corps et matière. So these are the matter, and God and soul are the non-matter, in the case of Descartes and also Spinoza. Then there is there are schools like the Neoplatonists who accept God and soul, but also several layers of matter. For them, matter is not a simple thing, but there are several matters like gross and more subtle in their view. And that you find among Neoplatonists, but also some schools of Vedanta, they accept both God, soul, and the vehicles of the soul as real. And several other thinkers are to be placed there. So then he has also a view, a category gamma and beta. But we will now not get stuck with this. We go on to an attempt to apply this to the classical Indian systems of philosophy. And we will see that it provides a kind of topography or geometry of positions on regarding the problem of matter and consciousness. So if we try to fit in Indian systems in such similar system, several adjustments might be still necessary, obviously. We have on the other hand, on the one hand, we have the Zeta view, which is similar to the Zeta view of Poortman, of course, and that is that consciousness is everything. Everything is consciousness, and matter is its epiphenomenon, and that we find in Advaita Vedanta and to some extent in Vijnanavada, Buddhism. So, but what do they do then with the reality which we live? So for them, from that point of view, reality which we live is they are the playful projections of consciousness. So they are only projections. So everything is consciousness, and matter is its epiphenomenon. So we can say consciousness, but in Buddhism sometimes instead of consciousness we have emptiness. But at the end it is all non-matter. It comes in the category of non-matter. And there are several parallels between Vedanta and some schools of Buddhism, and that has been highlighted also by Bhartrihari. So this is one extreme, and the other extreme is then again this mechanical materialism, which we find in the materialistic and skeptical schools in India also. And there it is the inverse is true. Everything is matter, and consciousness is only the epiphenomenon of matter. So what we consider as awareness, it is just a function of the brain. So at the end, it is a function of matter. So between these two extremes, we have several schools, and special attention can be given to Sankhya, which accepts a plural of selves, like a plurality of selves, many selves. And on the one hand, there are some gods, higher souls. There's one humanity in Sankhya, and up to the grass, they are all vehicles in one sense of the souls, of the Purushas, and of consciousness. And this all comes in matter. It is all matter, but matter includes here even thinking and processes of thinking. They come under matter for Sankhya also. Then Vaisheshika, we also have plural selves, and they are a kind of substances. So they are, in a sense, they are matter. And then we have the Jainism and Buddhism, which can come in these categories, in the category of beta views. Now we have. Now we come to the next step, which we try to to make now. So we have seen now how different schools have different views on the relationship between matter and non-matter. So where does this speech, the function of speech or the function of language, where does it fit in that scheme? Like, if we just enumerate this school has this view on speech, and this other school has the other view, then we still don't fully understand the function of speech in that position, in that philosophical position. But now that we have a background of the view on non-matter and matter according to different philosophical systems, now we can place the position of speech in that scheme. So we have in that we have the view of alpha again, which is mechanical materialism, and there vaak speech, it has to obviously be simply a part of matter. It is a sound. It is part of the material world. So everything is matter, and consciousness is just the epiphenomenon. But we have speech, and that is a matter of matter. It means it is simply a material thing. We have Vaisheshika, where also vaak is it is matter. It is coming in the material world, and more precisely for Vaisheshika, it comes under the substance akasha, means space, and vaak, sound, is a guna of space. So we have, in the case of Sankhya, we have also at the end that speech is just part of matter, and the pure selves, they have nothing to do with speech. But now we go to, there is also a Seshvara Sankhya or Vishishtadvaita Vedanta are there, where several schools where they accept both the plurality of selves, but also one universal self, some God is there, accepted in that system. So basically it comes to the same situation, that speech, it is important, but it is it belongs to the domain of matter. So now we come to Zeta, and there we have to make a distinction now between two types of Zeta. We have the Advaita Vedanta, where consciousness is everything and matter is the epiphenomenon of consciousness. And then the playful projections of consciousness in the world, there also speech has an important role, vaak. But it belongs to just the playful projections of consciousness. What the only thing that is real is consciousness. So in that category, Zeta 1, we still keep our Advaita Vedanta. But now we give a different second subdivision, Zeta 2, where consciousness itself is speech, cannot be separated from speech. Everything is consciousness, or even we can say everything is speech. So this is the view of Bhartrihari, and also Bhartrihari suggests this view but doesn't elaborate it in many details. That we find, in fact, in Kashmir Shaivism. It gives a very high status to speech. So in the case of Bhartrihari, we can say that na sosti pratyayo loke na yah shabdanugamat erte. We have already seen that verse. Anuvidham ivajnanam sarvam shabdena bhasate. There is no cognition in the world that does not follow language. All knowledge appears as if permeated by words. Then Bhartrihari goes on, vaak rupata chet utkramet avabodhasya shashvati na prakashah prakasheta sahi pratyavamarshini. if understanding would give up its eternal character of language, the light of consciousness would no longer shine. For it is that language character of understanding which produces comprehension. So consciousness itself needs some form of language to be conscious. In that sense, we cannot have a pure consciousness without speech, and otherwise it is not conscious. It is just like a stone or a Pashanavat. It is not a lively consciousness, which is the Purusha or the Atman. So again, Bhartrhari continues, Saisha sansarinam sanjna bahir antascha vartate tanmatram avyati krantam chaitanyam sarvajatishu. That language character of understanding functions as the external and internal awareness of living beings. The consciousness in all forms of existence does not go beyond the dimension of that language character of understanding. So in this way, we have given a place to speech, to Vak, in that scheme, and we can understand how Vak has a different role in the different philosophical schools. And the position of Bhartrhari was in the beginning, Bhartrhari himself, he presents it as a traditional view, but in fact, we can also see that he has developed his view in an original way, but he himself did not emphasize that it was original. If we see what was the view of Patanjali on the same points, Patanjali will come more under Patanjali of the grammarian Patanjali of the Mahabhashya, Vyakarana Mahabhashya. He will come rather under Sankhya. If we see the view of Patanjali on Linga, for instance, the understanding comes more in the direction of Sankhya. It is Bhartrhari who develops the view, remaining faithful to his grammatical tradition, but he develops it in the direction of Shabdadvaita. So we have Shabdadvaita of Bhartrhari, and we have the Atmadvaita of Shankara, which are two very different ways of holding that everything is Brahma, or everything is consciousness. So we have this view. I will so develop this a little more, in the sense that this gave rise to many discussions. The view of Bhartrhari, it was a linguistic turn in Indian philosophy around 6th century AD. We know that in modern philosophy we also have a linguistic turn, that suddenly philosophers such as Wittgenstein, they became aware of the huge importance of language to understand reality. Before that, the philosophers were more naively using language and to express their views, but suddenly there was an awareness that language itself creates our categories of thinking. So this linguistic turn, it took place in India as well, at the time around Bhartrhari. And after Bhartrhari, every thinker had to take up a position with regard to the views of Bhartrhari. So we have seen Malavadin, the Jaina philosopher who wrote the work on the Dvadasharanaya Chakra. He was still ambivalent towards Bhartrhari. For him, the view of the grammarians was rather represented by Patanjali and not Bhartrhari, but still many times he quoted Bhartrhari in his work. So we have the Buddhists who were quite happy with much of the work of Bhartrhari, although Bhartrihari himself was a Brahmin, probably from the Maitrayaniya tradition, or similar to the Maitrayaniya. What we now know as Maitrayaniya seems to be close to the Vedic background of Bhartrihari. Although at that time it might be have been a school of Kataka. So the Bhartrihari, he was a Brahmin, and he was well aware of the ritual, Vedic ritual, and the Mimamsa reflections on Vedic ritual. But he also his thinking could integrate Buddhist approach to reality, because Buddhists also had started to use grammar. They were also users of Panini. They made great contributions to Sanskrit grammar. For instance, Jinendra Buddhi and other Buddhist teachers. They were also great grammarians. So we have the Buddhists who could use quite a lot of the views of Bhartrihari in their own way of thinking, although Bhartrihari accepted Brahma, and for the Buddhists, the word of the Buddha Vachana was the main authority. And for Bhartrihari, it was at the end it was the Veda which was the main authority. But even with this difference, they could really inspire each other. And one of the authors who has followed Bhartrihari to a very great extent, that is Dignaga. So the Buddhist philosopher Dignaga, he is the one who also could accept the sentence as the main unit of speech, because it is, in our analysis, we use separated words, isolated words. We analyze, we try to understand the forms, like the vibhaktis of one word, Ramo, Ramah, Ramam, Ramena. But in reality, we always speak full sentences, or maybe short abbreviated sentences. But the sentence in our usage of language, the sentence, the vakya, is the main unit, and from that vakya we abstract and isolate the words. So this is the view of Bhartrihari, which not many later philosophers could accept. However, Dignaga could accept it, and he elaborated it in his own way. On the other hand, we see that in Mimamsa there were some who accepted Bhartrihari very happily, like Mandana Mishra, but others, like Kumarila Bhatta, he didn't really like the approach of Bhartrihari. He preferred to see speech on the level of matter, not going beyond matter. So seeing speech on such high level was not suitable to the thinking of Kumarila Bhatta. Then again, we have the Jayanta Bhatta, the logician. He also was not very happy with the approach of Bhartrihari to attribute a very high status to speech, which is to give it a place next to consciousness, to make it intimately linked with Brahma Shabda Tattva. For Jayanta Bhatta, that was not very attractive, and so he tried to refute it in his own way. And in his refutations, he also highlighted again indirectly the value of Bhartrihari. So for Jayanta Bhatta, the division of speech into three levels, like the Vaikhari, Madhyama, and Pashyanti, it was not very useful. For him, he thought there is only one speech, Ekaiva Vaikhari Vak iti prasidhahi. That was his siddhanta for Jayanta Bhatta. So he didn't want to see speech on a more subtle or universal level, at the level of consciousness. So these discussions go on, and we have also the rejection of the function of speech in perception. So one important other area where speech is important is perception. Do we need words to recognize a cow? When we see the cow and we don't know the word cow, do we really perceive it as a cow or just as some object? So according to some thinkers, according to Bhartrihari, the perception is often influenced by our linguistic knowledge. Like we can perceive the categories if we have words for it, and otherwise we are more or less blind for some of the distinctions in our perception. And in earlier Nyaya, this view was rejected, and Jayanta Bhatta, for instance, he did not like at all the influence of language on perception or within perception. However, in the course of time, we get Gangesha, who had a very profound analysis where a much higher influence of a much higher importance of speech is accepted. So this is just a very fast, very brief overview of some of the issues connected with the theme of the conference. And Shastreshu Shabdavritti Vimarsha, or now you have updated your terminology, Shastreshu Shabdavritti Vicharaha. It both amounts to the same. And so we see there is a very rich tradition in India of these different viewpoints, and very advanced discussions are there. But to understand the discussion in detail, we have to be aware of where a philosopher is standing. Like, we have to give him a place in a kind of we have to give a kind of geometrical place to each position. Like, if two scholars agree on one point, they might also agree on the third point, or maybe not. So we get a kind of topography of the different viewpoints, and that helps in giving a place to all different thinkers and all very valuable texts, shastras of the Sanskrit tradition. So I have to summarize some of the main points underlying my presentation. I composed a shloka, or a verse, stanza. Prajna vivekam labhate gurunam bhinagama prekshana shilanena svaitihya matrat kiyat unnayeta kim jnana tulyam hi pavitram atra. So I think this is we have come at the conclusion. I will not take more time also of your precious time. So finally, short swasti, which is a well-known one, but I have slightly adapted it, so updated it. Swasti prajabhyah paripalayantam nyayanusarena vasundhareshah sanmanavebhyah shubhamastu nityam lokas samastas sukhino bhavantu. Namo Namaha. I will try to come back to the yeah.
Okay.
So this is an overview of different schools, what different schools say, and also an attempt to relate them, to show the logical relationship between these schools, and then the position of speech, shabda or vak, the function of speech in these schools. So, so thank you for your attention, and I hope you could see something of this PowerPoint also. It came through. I hope so. And so I wish you all a very successful conference. I will try to assist as long as possible today in any case. And very well planned. So thanks again to the organizers for setting up such a very fascinating conference. And I wish you all very much success. Namo Namaha.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking lecture. It has definitely inspired many scholars and students like us who are live here with all of us. We all are very much delighted and benefited with this lecture. Professor Huben sir has excellently described many aspects of speech, that is Bach, from the points of views of Sanskrit grammarians, like especially of Bhartrihari, Patanjali, and also of Vaishesikas, Sankhya philosophers, Vedantikas, Buddhists, Jain philosophers, and also of the modern philosophers of the West and East. Sir, I have no words to thank you. Please bless us and keep blessing us like you do always. If anyone from our YouTube live has any question or queries or clarification, she or he can comment there in the comment box of the YouTube live comment area. We'll provide forward it, the questions to our respected speakers. I think we have one or two questions, sir, for you.
Okay.
This is from Sandeep Malik from West Bengal.
Okay.
In the Paninian grammar context, we all know that the vowels and consonants or Maheshwara Sutra became from Lord Shiva's Damru. What is your opinion, sir? Do you agree with this? Explain in Western views.
Okay, so we have the Shiva Sutras, which are also Pratyahara Sutras, and so we have the Ai Unarul Keyongayau, Chayavarat Lan Nyamangananam, Jabhanya Gadhadadash, Jabagadadash, Kapachatata Chatatav, Kapai Shasasar Hal. So like that, the 14 Pratyahara Sutras, which are the basis of Panini's grammar, it presupposes, it presupposes in fact the rules, and the rules presuppose this enumeration of sounds. If we in some schools in Vyakarana, some schools they call this the Shiva Sutras. And other schools in Vyakarana, they call it also simply Pratyahara Sutras. For instance, there is the school of in Kerala, the Narayana Bhatta of Melputtur. He wrote Prakriya Sarvasva. He never speaks of Shiva Sutra. And some schools they speak of Shiva Sutra, and there are also Buddhist Paniniyas who say that these sutras they come from Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. So every within grammar is Sarva Parshada. So grammar. It was a practical science. Grammar was a practical science. It was not meant to exclude some thinkers. Like we have grammar and also we have Ayurveda. They were both Sarva Parshada. They belong to every Parishad. If a medical doctor, Ayurvedic doctor, if a Buddhist comes to his practice, and he needs some help, he has a broken arm or something, then this Ayurvedic doctor will help him, even if he is not agreeing maybe with the viewpoint of the Buddhist. So the similar way, the Vyakaranas, they they have developed their grammar for every thinker. Like, it is not that they only develop their view for only let's say Shaivites or only Vaishnavas or only Buddhists. So in that sense, we can say that every school within grammar, several opinions are there, and that has been described in a brilliant way by Professor Madhav Deshpande in an article. Like, from where are these coming? These 14 Pratyahara Sutras, and he has also given all evidence regarding the different views. Like some Buddhist Paniniyas, they say it comes from Avalokiteshvara. Some thinkers, they say it is from Shiva, and again others they say it is simply it is Pratyahara Sutra, and they say that Panini was a very brilliant author, but not he was not a divine person, but he was a brilliant author. So that is very briefly my view, and or that is a way to deal with this issue. We can say that it was probably part of the tradition. Like, Panini could not invent these 14 sutras by himself out of nothing. Like, there must have been some tradition which he has refined, which he has improved upon. So there was the teacher of Panini who might already have taught him some of the Pratyahara Sutras, and also we see that later schools, for instance, the Chandra Vyakarana, they make slight adaptations. So because it is partly from tradition, that is why we can say it is coming from Shiva, in the sense that it comes from a tradition. You cannot invent that at one time. Like, we have Varsha, Upavarsha, we have the teachers of Panini, who maybe his teacher came with him to Pataliputra for this pariksha, for this Shastra pariksha, and there they were tested and got a great positive result. So Panini, we see now as if he is an isolated genius, but we should not forget that he has, of course, his own teachers. He mentions 10 of them. And apart from these 10, there might have been his own teacher also. So that is an issue of further research partly, but the short answer is that Shiva Sutra, it is probably from the tradition. It is a traditional thing which Panini has received and maybe improved upon. And if we see it synchronically, the Shiva Sutras, they are arranged in such a way that that the rules of the grammar are presupposed, and the rules of grammar, they presuppose the Shiva Sutras. And apart from the Shiva Sutra arrangement, there is the older arrangement also still there, the one which we know from the Sanskrit alphabet, Kakha Gagha Nga, etc. So A, I, I, U, U. Kakha Gaghana. So the Ku Varga, if Bhartrhari speaks of Ku, then that presupposes this other simpler alphabet as well. So these are a brief answer, maybe, hopefully, to this yes, regarding the Shiva Sutras, which are brilliantly arranged. It is beyond comprehension almost how brilliantly arranged these Shiva Sutras are.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll take one more question, a very quick one.
Okay.
From Geeta H from Kerala, Dr. Geeta
Okay.
H.
Yes.
Some Vyakarana Kavyas are seen in Sanskrit literature, can you
Yes.
say it is really attract the audience incomparable with Kavyas of Kalidasa, etc.?
Yeah, we have to know how to study the audience. That is another aspect which we should in the future the students should take up, for how much audience were there for some of the kavyas of the Sanskrit literature, and it is difficult to measure that because we have no recordings of the old time. How many people were really sitting in a court in a royal court to listen to some poet who is presenting his poem, or his kavya, or his drama. So the only way to measure that will maybe be to see the number of manuscripts of a certain text. So that will give some indication how popular was a certain text. So probably, we have to do some more research on that, like whether some Vyakarana kavyas, of course, Bhatti kavya is very famous, and maybe there are more manuscripts of that one, and others are less well known or less famous. But evidently, these Vyakarana kavyas, they are they presuppose a very high level of erudition. So the public must have been relatively limited compared to works such as Abhijnana Shakuntala, which can be more accessible to a slightly larger public.
Okay. Sir, there is another questions, but time is not here.
Okay.
Please ask the questions of difference between Vakyapadi and Mahavashya. Say,
Yes, so Vakyapadi and Mahabhashya. So Mahabhashya is, of course, the great commentary, the Mahabhashya on both Panini and Katyayana, on both the sutras of Panini and the Vartikas of Katyayana, so the Mahabhashya will follow the chapters and the padas of the Ashtadhyayi. And then we get Bhartrhari also wrote a sub-commentary on the Mahabhashya, so that is the Mahabhashya Deepika. Then also again he follows the words of Patanjali, and then he gives the analysis, or he adds the philosophical analysis, or the technical reflections, or the views of different scholars of his time. So that is the Mahabhashya, and the Mahabhashya Deepika, which is written by Bhartrhari. But at some point, Bhartrhari, probably in his teaching, he wanted to summarize his own views, or the topics, according to the topics. He rearranged the commentary on the Mahabhashya in the form of independent statements. So in three big books, the Brahma Kanda, Vakya Kanda, and Pada Kanda. So we have although the Vakyapadiya can also be seen as a commentary on the Mahabhashya, so it is another sub-commentary on the Mahabhashya, which itself is a commentary on Panini and Katyayana. Even then, although it is a sub-commentary, it is also rearranged so that the topics become more clear. They become more clear, and for instance, in the Padakanda, we have for each Samudesha, Bhartrhari will analyze the philosophical the philosophical view will be analyzed from point of view of the contemporaneous Buddhists or Mimamsakas, etc. And then at the end he gives some reflections from Patanjali. He gives a comment on the section in the Mahabhashya which is relevant for instance, Jati, Dravya, Sambandha, Guna, all these samudeshas, they have a part, a kala also, and dik and linga. So for all these issues, Bhartrhari will give the view of contemporaneous philosophies and also of Patanjali. So at the end, the Vakyapadiyya is rearranged according to philosophical linguistic topic, and the Mahabhashya follows the discussion in the sutras of Panini plus Katyayana's Vartikas. So that is the outer difference. And then in thinking, of course, Bhartrhari is also one hand he follows Patanjali. He will not go against Patanjali, but still, if we see it in detail, at some points he goes beyond Patanjali. Especially he goes in the direction of this Shabda Dvaita, the view that language is in fact the unifying basis of consciousness, of awareness, and of life at the end of whole life. That is those verses which I quoted are clearly pointing in that direction. And in the case of Patanjali, he didn't go that far, but he remained more close to Sankhya way of analyzing reality. But if you want, you can always make from Sankhya the step towards Vedanta. Like these two systems are at some point compatible also. But the most explicit way where we see that it has been done, that is in the Vakyapadiyya. There it becomes more explicit, the step towards Shabdadvaita.
Thank you so much, sir. I think
Welcome.
Orchita Banerjee ma'am has got her answer.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for having with us and for your excellent speech lecture. We are very much delighted to have you, and I request you to stay here if you can.
Yes.
There are 2 more lectures.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So now I would like to invite our guru, Professor Ayan Bhattacharya sir, to this platform. We, the joint conveners of this conference, believe that because of his teaching, we are here today. All credits go to him. He is our guest of honor today. He also needs no introduction. He is a very well-known professor, scholar, teacher, and guru in West Bengal and also in India. He is that scholar professor, we believe, who is carrying the prestigious legacy of Navya Nyaya, the Nyaya system of Pandit Jagadish Tarkalankara, and so on and so forth. He is currently a professor and head of the Department of Sanskrit in West Bengal State, of the Department of Sanskrit of West Bengal State University, West Bengal. And the title of his lecture today as the guest of honor is शब्दवृत्ति विचार प्रसंग परिप्राप्त नाना सिद्धांतेषु विप्रतिपत्ति प्रदर्शन पूर्वकः स्वाभिमत पुरस्कारः. I request you, sir, to deliver your lecture as a guest of honor and honor us. तर्हि अधुना मया सविनयं सश्रद्धं च अनुरुध्यन्ते मम गुरवः अस्य सम्मेलनस्य सम्मानीय अतिथयः नानाशास्त्रनिष्णातः प्रथितयशसः प्रोफेसर अयन भट्टाचार्य महोदयाः तेषां भाषणोपस्थापनाय. Over to you, sir.
श्रूयते वा मम?
आम्
श्रूयते?
आम्.
ॐ सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां निरञ्जनं नित्यमनन्तरूपं भक्तान् कम्पाधृतविग्रहं वै ईशावतारं परमेशमित्यं तं रामकृष्णं शिरसा नमामि. वागर्थाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्थ प्रतिपत्ते जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। अत्र संगोष्ठ्यां समुपस्थिताः अस्य विश्वविद्यालयस्य मान्याः कुलपति महोदयाः, मान्याः कुलसचिव महोदयाः, कला संकायाध्यक्षाः, संस्कृत विभागस्य अध्यक्षाः, संस्कृत विभागस्य अध्यापकाः, मुख्यातिथयः, विशिष्टातिथयः, अन्ये च सुधीः श्रोतारः, सर्वान् अभिवन्द्य अहं मम वाचं प्रस्तौमि। अस्याः चर्चासङ्गोष्ठ्याः विषयः भवति शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः। शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इति मुख्यः आलोच्य विषयः। आदौ मुख्यः च आलोच्य विषयः तस्य एतत् वक्तव्यं किं नाम मुख्य आलोच्य विषयः अस्ति शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इत्यनेन किं बोध्यते? शास्त्रं किम्? शास्त्रं तावत् यथार्थवचनविशेषः यद्द्वारा पुरुषार्थतत्त्वं पुरुषार्थलाभोपायश्च ज्ञातुं शक्यते, अन्येन उपायेन यस्य ज्ञानं न भवति। अतएव उपायान्तरानवगत पुरुषार्थतत्त्व तत्प्राप्त्युपाय विवेदकं यत् यथार्थवचनं तदेव शास्त्रम्। तत्परं शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इति वर्तते। तत्र शब्दस्य वृत्तिः, शब्दगता वृत्तिः, शब्दवृत्तिः, षष्ठीसमासः, शब्दवृत्तेः विचारः, पुनः षष्ठीसमासः। इदानीं अयं शब्दः कः शब्दः, कोऽयं शब्दः? तत्र सार्थक ध्वनिविशेषः शब्दः अथवा स्फोटः, ध्वनिव्यङ्गः यः स्फोटः यः अर्थस्य वाचको भवति सोऽपि स्फोटः वैयाकरणनिकाये तदुच्यते एवम् उच्यते। अयं शब्दः, शब्दस्य वृत्तिः, शब्दगता वृत्तिः। वृत्तिः का? तत्र शब्दबोधस्य हेतुभूतः पदार्थोपस्थित्यनुकूलः पदपदार्थयोः सम्बन्धः वृत्तिः इति केचन एवं कथयन्ति। तत्र पदार्थोपस्थित्यनुकूलः यद्द्वारा पदार्थस्य उपस्थितिः भवति, पदार्थोपस्थितेः कारणं भवति वृत्तिः। तत्र शब्दवृत्तेः विचारः, किन्तु शब्दवृत्ति वृत्तिशब्दस्य अयं यः अर्थः एकः उक्तः अस्ति, अपरोऽपि अर्थः अस्ति व्याकरणे। तत्र परार्थाभिधानं वृत्तिः। तत्र कृदन्तं तद्धितान्तं समासान्तं सनाद्यन्तं इकशेषः एतत् सर्वमपि वृत्ति तत्र कृदन्त शब्दः वृत्ति परार्थाभिधानं वृत्ति परस्य अर्थस्य अभिधानं येन भवति अतएव कृदन्तादिकम् अपि शब्दपदवाच्यम् अतएव तादृश शब्दरूपा वृत्ति शब्द एव परार्थाभिधानं करोति अतएव तादृश शब्द एव वृत्ति अतएव तत्र तादृश शक्तिरस्ति अतएव तत्था तत्र तत्स्थं यत् सामर्थ्य तत्स्थः यः सामर्थ्यविशेषः सोऽपि वृत्ति नाम अतएव कृदन्तादिकमपि वृत्तिः इति वक्तुं शक्यते अतएव शब्दवृत्ति इत्यनेन तस्यापि बोधः तेषां कृदन्तादीनामपि बोधः भवितुम् अर्हति अतएव तत्संक्रांत विचारः तत्संबंधी विचारोपि शब्दवृत्ति विचारः इति वक्तुं शक्यमेव परन्तु अत्र शब्दवृत्ति पदवृत्ति इत्यनेन तत्र शब्द गता शक्तिः एव बुध्यते यद्वारा शब्दस्य अर्थस्य प्रत्यानं भवति अतएव अभिधादिषु एव शब्दवृत्तेः अधिक शब्दवृत्ति शब्दस्य अधिक प्रयोगः दृश्यते अतएव अत्र मया तु अत्र शब्दवृत्ति इत्यनेन मम यः विषयः मम शब्दवृत्ति इत्यस्य अयमपि अर्थः भवितुम् अर्हति कोऽपि युक्त्या प्रतिपादयितुं शक्नोति एव कृदन्तादेः तत्त्वं किन्तु अत्र मया अभिधाद्यर्थे वृत्तिशब्दस्य यः प्रयोगः वृत्तिशब्दस्य तमर्थम् उररीकृत्य एव मम विशिष्टभाषणं प्रस्तौमि अतएव शब्दवृत्तेः विचारः अयं शब्दवृत्तेः विचारः शब्दप्रतिपाद्य नाम शास्त्रप्रतिपाद्य भवति शास्त्रं वाक्यं वाक्यप्रतिपाद्य वाक्यात् शब्दबोधः जायते तद्वारा तत्र विचारस्य अवगतिः संजायते अतएव शास्त्रेषु इत्यर्थः शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः नाम शास्त्रप्रतिपाद्य शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इत्यर्थः कर्तुं शक्यते तत्र मया अत्र उच्यते अत्र शब्दवृत्तिः इत्यनेन नाम शब्दबोध हेतु पदार्थोपस्थित अनुकूलः पदपदार्थयोः सम्बन्धविशेषः वृत्ति इत्यर्थम् अवलम्ब्य एव अहं वच्मि तर्हि तत्र अभिधा लक्षणा व्यञ्जना तात्पर्यम् इति वृत्तयः सन्ति लक्षणाः अपि भेदाः सन्ति मम विषयः अभिधा का लक्षणा का इत्येतासां वृत्तीनां स्वरूपसमुद्घाटनं मम उद्देश्यं न किन्तु एतेषां तत्त्वपरिशीलनसमये विविध प्रस्थानेषु ये तावत् सिद्धान्ता कश्चन शास्त्रकारैः प्रदर्शिताः सन्ति तेषु सिद्धान्तेषु किं किं तत्र सम्यक् न भाति नाम एतद्विषये मम वक्तव्यं किम् अस्ति अत्र मम अभिमतं किम् एतस्यैव पुरस्कृतिः मम अत्र कर्तव्या वर्तते अतएव मम विषयस्य नाम तथा निगदितमेव घोषकमहोदयेन तत्र शब्दवृत्ति विचार प्रसंग परिप्राप्ता ये तावत् सिद्धान्ता शास्त्रीय सिद्धान्ता नाना शास्त्रीय सिद्धान्ता सन्ति तेषु विप्रतिपत्ति प्रदर्शनपूर्वकः स्वाभिमत पुरस्कारः इति मम विषयः तत्र पश्यन्तु तावत् अभिधा विषये तर्हि अभिधा का अभिधा काव्यप्रकाशे उच्यते साक्षात् संकेतितं योऽर्थम् अभिधत्ते सवाचक समुख्योर्थ तत्र समुख्योर्थस्तत्र मुख्यो व्यापारस्य विधीयते तत्र उच्यते यत् मुख्यार्थस्य बोधनं यद्द्वारा भवति येन व्यापारेण भवति स व्यापार एव अभिधा इति उच्यते। मुख्यार्थ नाम अत्र संकेतितार्थ अत्र संकेत नाम इच्छा विशेष अस्मात् शब्दादयमर्थो बुद्धव्य अस्मात् पदादयमर्थो बुद्धव्यः इदं पदम् इमम् अर्थं बोधयतु इति या इच्छा वर्तते सा या इच्छा सा ईश्वरीय इच्छा ईश्वरीया इच्छा इति प्राचीनानां मतं नव्याः कथयन्ति न इच्छा मात्रं केवलम् ईश्वर इच्छा न आधुनिकानाम् इच्छा अपि अत्र तद्विषयं मम अधिक वक्तव्यं नास्ति। अतएव संकेतित अर्थः का इच्छा विषयीभूत या अर्थ सेव संकेतित नाम अस्मात् पदात् अयम् अर्थो बोद्धव्यः अतएव इच्छा विषयीभूत अयं जो अर्थ नाम वाच्य अर्थ सैव संकेतित अर्थ तस्य संकेतितार्थस्य बोधनं येन भवति अतएव इच्छा अत्र अभिधान इच्छा संकेतः इच्छा विषयीभूत जो अर्थ संकेतित जो अर्थ तस्य अर्थस्य उपस्थापनं यद्द्वारा अतएव इच्छा तो भिन्ना कापि शब्दनिष्ठा इति ज्ञायते। साहित्यदर्पणेऽपि तत्र संकेतितार्थस्य बोधनाद् अग्रिमा अभिधा इति उक्तं संकेतार्थस्य संकेतितार्थस्य बोधनं सम्पादयति अभिधा अतएव अत्रापि संकेतितार्थस्य बोधयित्री अभिधा इत्यनेन संकेतात् अभिधाया भिन्नत्वं प्रतिपादितं सा अभिधा का सा व्यापार रूपा धर्म विशेष रूपा अथवा संबंध रूपा एतत् सर्वं तत्र मूले स्पष्टतया काव्य प्रकाशादौ नोक्तं किन्तु संकेत भिन्ना भवति अभिधा इति ज्ञाते सा अभिधा व्यापारादि रूपा किन्तु तस्य व्यापारस्य स्वरूपं किं तत्र संबन्धः वाच्यवाचक भावरूप संबन्धः तो संबंधः वाच्यवाचक भावरूप संबंधः किन्तु स संबंधः कीदृश संबंधः इति तत्र स्पष्टतया नोक्तमस्ति नाम अस्माभिरुच्यते कार्यकारणभावः एक संबंधः कार्यकारणभावः एक संबंधः वर्तते किन्तु तस्य संबन्धस्य स्वरूपं किम् तत्र कार्याव्यवहित प्राक्षणावच्छेदेन कार्यादिकरण भाव प्रतियोगिता नवच्छेदक धर्मवत्वं कारणत्वम् अतएव तत्र तु तत्र कारणं कार्यकारण मध्ये जो संबंधः अस्ति स संबंध एकविध समानाधिकरण रूप संबंधः समानाधिकरण रूप संबंधः नाम कार्यकारण भावाख्य संबंधः नैयायिक मते तत्र कार्यकारण भाव संबंधः नाम एकविध समानाधिकरण संबंधः अतएव वाच्यवाचक भाव संबंधः स किंरूपः इति स्पष्टतया एतेषु न प्रतिपादितः वर्तते स संबंधः किन्तु रसगंगाधरे अपि एवम् उक्तं यत् शक्ताख्यो अर्थस्य शब्दगतः शब्दस्य अर्थगतो वा संबंध विशेषो अभिधा तत्रापि संबंध विशेषो अभिधा इति उच्यते किन्तु स्वसंबंध विशेषः कीदृशः तत्र रसगंगाधरकारस्य आशयः भवति यत् स संबंधः यथा तत्र वैयाकरणाः कथयन्ति अथवा साहित्यिकाः कथयन्ति तत्र नाम वाचकता वाच्यता इति धर्मविशेषरूपः रूपा भवति अविधा अथवा ससम्बन्धः य उच्यते ससम्बन्धः तत्र वैयाकरणादिभिः च सम्बन्धः निगदितः। इदानीं प्रश्नः भवति यत् मीमांसाशास्त्रे उच्यते उत्पत्तिकस्तु शब्दस्य अर्थेन सम्बन्धः। उत्पत्तिक नाम नित्यसम्बन्धः। किन्तु एतेनापि तत्र सम्बन्धः इति सत्यं, किन्तु एतेन अयं सम्बन्धः वाच्यवाचकभावसम्बन्धः इति नित्यसम्बन्धः ययोर्द्वयोर्मध्ये वर्तते तयोः परस्परं वाच्यवाचकभावसम्बन्धः वर्तते इति नियमः सर्वत्र न दृश्यते। अतएव नित्यसम्बन्धत्वम् एव वाच्यवाचकभावस्य प्रयोजकम् इति वक्तुं न शक्यते। अतएव स्पष्टता नास्ति तत्र विशिष्टसम्बन्धः, तत्र नित्यसम्बन्धस्य विशिष्ट कोऽपि नित्यसम्बन्धः यदि उच्यते, नित्यसम्बन्धः बहुविधः वर्तते, किन्तु अयं य नित्यसम्बन्धः अर्थेन सह शब्दस्य नित्यसम्बन्धः सम्बन्धः विशिष्य कीदृशसम्बन्धः इति वक्तव्यमस्ति विशिष्य। तत्परं तु वैयाकरणाः आगच्छन्ति। तत्र वैयाकरणेषु तत्र कोण्डभट्टस्य भूषणसारग्रन्थः वैयाकरणभूषणसारग्रन्थः वर्तते। तत्र भट्टजी दीक्षितमतानुसारं तत्र उच्यते, तत्र कोण्डभट्टेन उच्यते यत् शब्दनिष्ठा अर्थबोधकता या वर्तते, अर्थदीजनकता या वर्तते, सा अर्थदीजनकता एव अभिधा शक्तिः इति उच्यते। अतएव पदमध्ये वा शब्दमध्ये अर्थदीजनकता या वर्तते, सा अर्थदीजनकता एव अभिधा। नागेशभट्टेन एतन्मतं न समर्थते। तेन उच्यते यत् वस्तुतः शब्दमध्ये अर्थदीजनकता या वर्तते, सा जनकता नाम यदि अर्थेन सह शब्दस्य एकः सम्बन्धविशेषः वर्तते तदैव शब्दः अर्थं प्रतिपादयति। अतएव अर्थदीजनकता इति पृथक् कापि नास्ति, तादृशसम्बन्धः एव वस्तुतः अर्थबुद्धिं जनयति। अतएव सम्बन्धः एव शक्ति, सम्बन्धः एव अभिधा, सम्बन्धः एव शक्ति इति वक्तुं शक्यते। शक्ति पदं कथयन्ति। अतएव शक्तिः का या तत्र शब्द पदपदार्थयोर्मध्ये जो सम्बन्धविशेषः, स सम्बन्धविशेषः एव शक्तिः इति उच्यते। अतएव तत्र अर्थबोधकता अर्थदीजनकता इति कोऽपि धर्मः, तत्र अर्थस्थितः धर्मः कोऽपि शक्तिः न। स सम्बन्धः कीदृशसम्बन्धः कथयति इतरेतराध्यासमूलकं तादात्म्यं। तत्र महाभाष्यवचनम् अपि उदाहरितं संकृतस्तु पदपदार्थयोर् इतरेतराध्यासरूपः स्मृत्यात्मको योऽयं शब्दः सोऽर्थः योऽर्थः स शब्दः इति। नाम नैयायिका कथयन्ति अस्मात् शब्दात् अयमर्थो बोद्धव्य, इदं पदम् इमम् अर्थं बोधयतु इति इच्छा, ईश्वरेच्छा, इच्छा वा शक्तिः। किन्तु तत्र पाणिनीय वैयाकरणेषु तत्र नागेशभट्टादयः कथयन्ति यत् न तत्र तादात्म्यसम्बन्धः। कीदृशतादात्म्यसम्बन्धः? यः शब्दः स अर्थः, यः अर्थः स शब्दः। तत्र ते उदाहरणमपि उपस्थापयन्ति। नाम ते कथयन्ति यः शब्दः स अर्थः, यः अर्थः स एव शब्दः। एवं तथा शब्दं शृणोति अर्थं शृणोति, एतत् सर्वं तत्र शब्दं शृणोति अर्थं शृणोति अतएव शब्द अर्थ एव, शब्दं शृणोति अर्थमपि शृणोति, यः शब्दः स एव अर्थ एव, यः घटशब्दः स एव कम्बुग्रीवादिमत्पिण्डरूपः अर्थः, यः घटशब्दः स एव घटार्थः इति तादात्म्यं। तत्र तादात्म्यस्य तत्र एतच्च तादात्म्यं वर्तते। तत् तादात्म्यं नाम तत्र किं भवति यत् तत्र शब्दः अर्थात् भिन्नः, अर्थशब्दात् भिन्नः, अतएव परस्परं भिन्नता वर्तते, तथापि अभिन्नत्वेन प्रतीयमानत्वम् अस्ति। तर्हि एवम् अभिन्नत्वेन प्रतीयमानत्वं तत्र भिन्नत्वस्ति, परस्परभिन्नत्वस्ति, अभिन्नत्वेन प्रतीयमानत्वम् एव तादात्म्यम्। किन्तु एतन्मतं चिन्तनीयम्। कथं चिन्तनीयम्? तत्र प्रथमतः अस्तु शब्दार्थयोर्मध्ये एवं तादात्म्यं, तादात्म्यं नाम इतरेतराध्यासः एवमस्ति। किन्तु यत्रैव इतरेतराध्यासः वर्तते तत्रैव किं वाच्यवाचकता वर्तते वा इति प्रश्नः। यथा मुखं चन्द्र, तत्र चन्द्रं चन्द्रे मुखे वा चन्द्रस्य अभेदः भवति। अतएव ययोर्द्वयोर्मध्ये अभेदः भवति, तद्द्वयोर्मध्ये वाच्यवाचकता अस्ति वा? अत्रापि चन्द्रमुखयोर्भिन्नत्वम् अस्ति। भिन्नत्वे सति अभिन्नत्वेन प्रतीयमानत्वम् उभयोरस्ति, किन्तु द्वयोर्मध्ये द्वौ एव अर्थौ, द्वयोर्मध्ये तत्र वाच्यवाचकभावः न वर्तते, द्वौ एव अर्थौ। अतएव एतत् कथं सम्भवति इति प्रश्नः। तत्परम् अपरा एका शङ्का अस्ति, यदि एवं विधं तादात्म्यम् एव अभिधा इति उच्यते तर्हि प्रश्नः भवति, तत्र ते कथयन्ति यत् यः शब्दः स अर्थः, यः अर्थः स शब्दः इति एवमेव संकेतग्रहः भवति, एवमेव संकेतग्रहः एवं भवति। वस्तुतः प्रश्नः भवति यत् सर्वे अत्र चिन्तयन्ति यत् कस्यापि शब्दस्य कोऽपि अर्थः, गो शब्दस्य शासनादिमान् पिण्डः, गो शब्देन अयम् अर्थः बोध्यते। साधारणजनानां शब्दार्थज्ञानं कथम्? एवमेव भवति यत् गो शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः, घट शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः, भेदेन एव शक्तिग्रहः भवति। गो शब्द एव घटः एवं शक्तिग्रहः भवति। यदा कोऽपि शिक्षकः शिक्षापयति अथवा अन्यत्र कुत्रापि कुतश्चित् यदा अर्थस्य ज्ञानं भवति, शब्दार्थज्ञानं भवति, तदा एवमेव भवति यत् अस्य शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः एवं मामेन भवति। अयं शब्द अयम् अर्थः, अयं शब्द एव अयम् अर्थः, अयम् अर्थ एव अयं शब्द एवं भावेन वास्तवभूमौ किं तत्र शक्तिग्रहः भवति? साधारण कोऽपि यः अनधीतशास्त्रः भवति तं पृच्छतु, यः संस्कृतशास्त्रं न पठति तं पृच्छतु यद् अस्य शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः भवान् कुतो जानाति? स कथयिष्यति यत् कथं तत्र पठितं, तेन उक्तं यत् अस्य शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः। यदि एवं न वक्ष्यति यत् कथं यदि तत्र पुस्तके पठितम् अथवा तेन उक्तं यत् अयं शब्द एव अयम् अर्थः तस्मादहं जानामि इति न तत्। यदि अहं कथयामि न भवान् ज्ञातवान् यद् अयं शब्द अयम् अर्थः इत्येव कोऽपि उक्तवान्, स तु विस्मितः सन् तत्र मम मुखं प्रति पश्यन् स्थास्यति, पश्यन् स्थिरः स्थास्यति, स विस्मितः भविष्यति। न, अहं तु ज्ञातवान् यत् अस्य शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः इत्येवम् अहं तु ज्ञातवान्, किन्तु अयं शब्द एव अयम् अर्थः एवं भावेन तु मम ज्ञानं न भवति। अतएव एवम् इतरेतराध्यासमूलकं तादात्म्यं तत्र सङ्केतग्राहकम् एवं एते यत् कथयन्ति एतत् वास्तवभूमिं न स्पृशति। वस्तुतः अस्मत् शब्दात् अयमर्थो बोद्धव्य एवं भावेन एव शक्तिज्ञानं भवति। अपि च ते उदाहरणं सन्ति। अर्थं शृणोति, अर्थं वदति। अत्र तत्र शब्दं शृणोति, अर्थं शृणोति, अर्थं वदति। अत्र अर्थशब्देन अवश्यमेव शब्दः नाम शब्देन सह अर्थस्य अभेदः यदि भवति तदैव अर्थं वदति इति वक्तुं शक्यते। कथं नाम अर्थस्य सामान्यतः बोधः भवति, किन्तु अर्थस्य भाषणं भवितुं नार्हति। भाषणं तु शब्दस्य अर्थस्य न भवति। अतएव अर्थं वदति इत्यनेन शब्देन सह अर्थस्य तादात्म्यम् अवलम्ब्य एव एवम् उच्यते। अतएव तादात्म्यं भवति। तत् तादात्म्यं भवतु, एतेन शक्तिग्रहः न भवति। एतत् तादात्म्यं तु तत्र आरोपात् भवति, अवेदारोपात् एव भवति। वस्तुतः एतद्द्वारा शक्तिग्रहः अत्र न भवति। तत्र वस्तुतः अत्र नाम अर्थं वदति इत्यनेन अर्थबोधक शब्दं वदति इत्यत्र एव तात्पर्यम्। एतेन अभेदस्य आरोपः भवति इति सत्यम्, इति एतद्द्वारा तु तत्र संकेतग्रहः एवं न भवति। एवं अथवा यदि उच्यते एवं अभेदारोपयोग्यता एव अभिधा इति यदि उच्यते तर्हि अभेदारोपयोग्यता द्वयोः अर्थयोः मध्ये अपि भवति। मुखं चन्द्र इति स्थले मा यत् उक्तं, तर्हि अर्थद्वय मध्ये तु वाच्यवाचकता भवितुं नार्हति इति प्रागेव अस्माभिः उक्तम्। नैयायिकैरुक्तम् अस्मात् शब्दात् अयमर्थो बोद्धव्य इदं पदम् इममर्थं बोधयतु इति ईश्वरेच्छा संकेत। ईश्वरेच्छा एव शक्ति। तत्र परवर्तिनि काले आधुनिकेच्छा अपि शक्ति इति। अत्र कौण्डभट्टः युक्तिम् उपस्थापयति यत् कौण्डभट्टः अत्र कथयति यत् यदि एतादृशी इच्छा संकेतः एव शक्ति उच्यते तर्हि गौरवमस्ति। लाघवं यदि अर्थदिजनकता एव शक्ति उच्यते शब्दनिष्ठा। तत्र एवं तर्हि भवति यत् शब्दोच्चारणं भवति। शब्दोच्चारणादुत्तरं शक्तिज्ञानं, शक्ति संकेतज्ञानं शक्तिज्ञानं भवति। यदि न्यायमते एवं भवति तत्परं तत्र सा शक्ति नाम संकेतत्वेन रूपेण केवलं न सामान्य संकेतत्वेन रूपेण न अर्थधि जनकत्वावच्छिन्नत्वेन बोधविषयः भवति। तत्परं तु अर्थबोधः भवति। किन्तु अस्माकं मते शब्दस्य उच्चारणं, तत्परं तु संकेतज्ञानं, तत्परं तु तत्र अर्थधिजनकता, अर्थधिजनकताया ज्ञानं, शब्दनिष्ठा अर्थधिजनकताया ज्ञानं, तत्परं नाम अर्थधिजनकत्वेन रूपेण अर्थधिजनकताया ज्ञानात् परमेव तत्र अर्थबोधः इति उच्यते। किन्तु अत्र एतत् तावद् वक्तव्यं यत् यदि तत्र नागेशेन एव अस्य उत्तरं दत्तं यत् अर्थधिजनकता नाम यदि तादृशसम्बन्धविशेषः एव अत्र वर्तते, स सम्बन्धविशेषः एव अर्थं प्रत्यायति। अतएव तादृश कोऽपि धर्मः तत्र अभिधा इति वक्तुं न शक्यते। अपि च नागेशभट्टस्य अपि च अस्माभिः वक्तुं शक्यते यत् कौण्डभट्टमते अपि गौरवं भविष्यति। कथं? तत्र कौण्डभट्टमते अपि भवतु अर्थधिजनकताया शब्दनिष्ठा अर्थधिजनकताया ज्ञानं भविष्यति, किन्तु तत्पूर्वं तेनापि संकेतस्य बोधः अपि आवश्यकः। तन्मते शब्दोच्चारणं, तत्परं संकेतज्ञानं, तत्परम् अर्थधिजनकताया ज्ञानं, तत्परं शब्दबोधः, तत् अर्थबोधः, पदार्थबोधः। किन्तु न्यायमते शब्दोच्चारणं, तत्परं तु संकेतज्ञानं, तत्परमेव अर्थबोधः, तत्परमेव अर्थबोधः। अतएव तत्र लाघवम् अस्ति एतद्रीत्या। अपि च नागेशभट्टेन अपरम् उक्तं यत् इच्छाया सम्बन्धत्वं नास्ति, तत्र आश्रयतया विशिष्टबुद्धिनियामिका इच्छा न भवति। एतस्यापि उत्तरम् अन्यत्र दत्तम्। अतएव तत्र मम वक्तव्यं नास्ति, मम तत् वक्तव्यमस्ति। तत्र वस्तुतः किं भवति, तत्र मोक्षे इच्छा इति भट्टोजीदीक्षितपादौ अपि कथयति उदाहरणम्। इच्छा तत्र मम मोक्षः स्यात् इति इच्छाया विषयः मोक्षः, तत्र मोक्षे इच्छा इति बोधः तत्र जायते। तद्विषये मम वक्तव्यं नास्ति, नाम इच्छाया सम्बन्धरूपता प्रतिपादिता। किन्तु रसगंगाधरकारः कथयति यत् यदि इच्छा अस्मात् शब्दात् अयमर्थो बोद्धव्य इति इच्छा एव शक्तिः स्यात्, तर्हि ज्ञानमपि ईश्वरीय ज्ञानमपि शक्तिः कथं न उच्यते। ईश्वरीया इच्छा नित्या। अतएव ईश्वरीयम् एतद् विषयकं यद् ईश्वरीयं ज्ञानं नाम अस्मिन् शब्दे यदि एवं तत्र तु तद् ज्ञानं कीदृशं ज्ञानं नाम अस्मात् शब्दात् अयमर्थ बोद्धव्य, नाम एतत् शब्दजन्य बोध विषयत्वम् अर्थे अस्ति। एतस्य ज्ञानम् ईश्वर्यं यद् ज्ञानं तद् ज्ञानमेव सम्बन्धः कथं न भवितुमर्हति, तद् ज्ञानमेव शक्तिः कथं न भवितुमर्हति, इच्छाया कथम्। अत्र अस्माकम् उत्तरं यदि एतत् समीचीनं न भाति, कथं तत्र यदि ईश्वरस्य एतद् ज्ञानं भवति यत् अस्मिन् शब्दे एतस्य बोधकता अस्ति, एतस्य अर्थस्य बोधकता अस्ति, एतस्मिन् अर्थे एतत् शब्दवाच्यता वर्तते इति ईश्वरीयं ज्ञानं भवति। तद्वारा एव नाम एतस्य ईश्वरीय ज्ञानस्य ग्रहणद्वारा एव अस्माकं व्यवहार भवति, शब्दप्रयोग भविष्यति इति कथं भवितुम्। वस्तुतः इच्छा अपि नित्या, ज्ञानमपि नित्यम्। अत्र नित्यत्वेन किमपि न, किन्तु प्रश्नः भवति यदि ईश्वर्या इच्छा भवति तत् अस्मात् शब्दादयमर्थो बोद्धव्य, तदैव लोकानां प्रवृत्ति भवति, एतत् शब्देन एतस्य अर्थस्य बोधन प्रवृत्ति भवति। इच्छा नाम एकविधा प्रेरणा। यदा कथयति पाचकं प्रति अन्नं पच, अतएव अत्र अन्नं पच इत्युक्ते तत्र पाचकः पचति, अन्नं पचति। तत्र पाचकः यदि कथमपि तत्र प्रभोः इच्छां जानाति, यदहं पाकं कुर्याम् इति इच्छति मम प्रभुः, तदैव स पचति। किन्तु ज्ञानद्वारा न केवलं, यथा अहं जानामि यत् गृहे तण्डुलाः सन्ति, तण्डुलेषु पाकयोग्यता अस्ति, पाकयोग्यता अस्ति इति अहं कथयामि। किन्तु यावत् पर्यन्तं तत्र मम इच्छा न भवति, यत् इच्छा न प्रकटीकृता भवति, मम इच्छा यत् एष तण्डुल इदानीं पचनीयः पाचकेन इति इच्छा यावत् न भवति, केवलं तण्डुलेषु पाकयोग्यतायां मम ज्ञानम् अस्ति इति कृत्वा एव तण्डुल प्रभोः तण्डुलेषु पाकयोग्यताया ज्ञानं तत्र वर्तते मम प्रभो, अतएव अहं पचामि इति न। पाकयोग्यताया ज्ञानम् अस्ति, किन्तु पाकयोग्यत्वे सत्यपि प्रभो भजने इच्छा नापि स्यात्। केवलम् इच्छा द्वारा न भवति। यथा कोऽपि एकेन तत्र तु चौर्यम् अर्थकरम्, चौर्यम् अर्थकरम् इति सत्यं, तद्वारा तु धन सम्पत्तिकरम् इति भवति एव। ईश्वरस्य सर्वज्ञत्वात् एतद् ज्ञानम् ईश्वरस्य अस्ति। अतएव चौर्ये धनकरत्वम् अस्ति, धनकरत्वस्य ज्ञानम् ईश्वरस्य अस्ति, अतएव ईश्वरस्य ज्ञानविषयः भवति तत्र चौर्यस्य धनकरत्वम्। अतएव अहं चौर्यं करिष्यामि एतत् वक्तुं न शक्यते। ईश्वरस्य ज्ञानम् अस्ति, किन्तु ईश्वरस्य इच्छा नास्ति यत् अहं चौर्यम्। एवं केनापि शब्देन कस्यापि अर्थस्य बोधः न भवति, किन्तु भ्रमेण बोधः भवति। भ्रमेण कोऽपि एकं शब्दं प्रयोक्तुं शक्नोति, कोऽपि एवं प्रयोगं करोति, कृत्वा अर्थमपि जानाति। अतएव तादृशे शब्दे तत्र यदि कोऽपि कथयति यत् केनापि शब्देन तु अर्थज्ञानं तस्य भवति, अतएव अर्थज्ञानजनकता तस्मिन् शब्दे अस्ति, तस्य ज्ञानम् ईश्वरस्य अस्ति, किन्तु एतेन तस्य शब्दस्य प्रयोगः अस्माभिरपि कर्तव्यः तस्मिन् अर्थे इति न आगच्छति, इति न सिद्ध्यति। कथम्? ईश्वरेच्छा विषयः न, ईश्वरस्य ज्ञानविषयः, ईश्वरेच्छा विषयः न, एतदवधेयम्। तत्परं लक्षण विषय वक्तव्यम्। तत्र लक्षणाशक्यसम्बन्धस्तात्पर्यानुपपत्तितः इति नैयायिकादयः कथयन्ति। साहित्यिका मुख्यार्थबोधे तद्योगे रूढितोत प्रयोजनात् अन्यर्थो लक्ष्यते यत्सा लक्षणारोपः। एतत् सर्वम् उक्तम्। एतत् प्रसङ्गात् लक्षणाशक्यसम्बन्धः इति उक्तम्। तत्र तात्पर्यानुपपत्ति लक्षणाबीजम् अथवा अन्यानुपपत्ति एतत् सर्वं अहं न विचारयामि। यन्मते विप्रतिपत्तिरस्ति तन्मतं प्रस्तौमि। तत्र नागेशभट्टमहोदयाः कथयन्ति सति तात्पर्ये सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः। नाम लक्षणायाः खण्डनं कुर्वन्ति तैरुक्तं सति तात्पर्ये सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः। एतत् मतम् अपि समीचीनं न भाति। सति तात्पर्ये सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः इति वाचकस्थले बोधका, वाचका नाम बोधका इति अर्थः एव कथं नाम चिन्तयतु यत् गङ्गायां घोषः इति। गङ्गा शब्दस्य अर्थः भवति जलप्रवाह, मुख्यार्थ जलप्रवाह। एतन्मते नागेशादि मते तटः अपि गंगा शब्दस्य एकः नाम अप्रसिद्ध अर्थ इति कथयन्ति। नाम कथं कथयन्ति सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः। नाम गंगा इत्यनेन गंगायां घोष इत्यत्र गंगा शब्दः तात्पर्यानुसारं नाम गंगा शब्द एव तटं बोधयति इति एते कथयन्ति। अतएव गंगा शब्दस्य एव अर्थः तटः, अतएव अभिधेयार्थः एव लक्षणा स्वीकारेण प्रयुज्यते। प्रश्न भवति तात्पर्यं किम्? तत्परत्वं कथं भवति? तात्पर्यं कथं भवति? गंगा शब्दस्य तत्र तटः इत्यर्थ इति तत्र तात्पर्यं किं? तो गंगा शब्देन कथम् अत्र मत्स्यः तत्र न बोध्यते? कथं? तर्हि प्रश्न तत्र तात्पर्यम् एवमेव यत् गंगा शब्देन अत्र तटरूपः अर्थः एव गंगा शब्दे शब्दात् तटरूप अर्थ बोध्यव्य कथं? तत्र तात्पर्यानुसन्धानं तात्पर्यस्य स्वरूपं किम्? एते कथयन्ति सति तात्पर्ये सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः। एतत् तात्पर्यं किं? कथं तात्पर्यं भवति? एकः सर्षपखण्डः नाम एकं सर्षपबीजमस्ति, क्षुद्रं सर्षपबीजं। तत्र स्पष्टतया अहं सर्षपबीजं पश्यामि, क्षुद्रं सर्षपबीजं पश्यामि। तत्र अयं पर्वतः, अत्र पर्वतत्वेन तस्य बोधः कथं न भवति? कथम् अहं पर्वतशब्दं न प्रयुनक्ति? नाम एवं यदि यथेच्छं कोऽपि कमपि अर्थं सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकः अहं कथयामि, अहम् अत्र पर्वतशब्देन एतत् सर्षपबीजमेव भविष्यति। सर्वे कथयिष्यन्ति अर्थप्रयोगः कथं? किन्तु गङ्गायां घोषः इत्यत्र गङ्गा शब्दात् तटरूपः अर्थः बोध्यते, तत्र समस्या नास्ति। कथम् एतत्? तात्पर्यस्य अनुसन्धानं यदि क्रियते तदा एतद् अवगम्यते यत् गङ्गा शब्दस्य जलप्रवाहरूपः अर्थः अस्ति। गंगा शब्द नियतोपस्थितिका प्रातिपदिका यस्मिन् शब्दे उच्चार्यते यस्य शब्दस्य नियमेन मानं भवति। नाम जलप्रवाहस्य तत्र प्रवाहरूप अर्थ एव आदौ आगच्छति। तत्परम् अत्र प्रवाहे घोषः भवितुं नार्हति। तत्र अहं गंगा शब्दस्य तटरूपम् अर्थं करोमि। कथं? तटस्य नाम गंगाया यथा शीतत्वं पावनत्वम् अस्ति, अतएव गंगा संयोगवर्तिनः तटस्यापि तदस्ति। अतएव अहं तत्र गंगां तटरूपेण द्रष्टुम् इच्छामि, नाम गङ्गाया अभेदारोपम् अहं तटे करोमि। अतएव तत्र लक्षण आरोपिता क्रिया इति उक्तं। तत्र गङ्गायां तत्र तटे तत्र जलप्रवाहरूप मुख्यार्थस्य अभेदं चिन्तयित्वा एवम् उच्यते गङ्गायां दोषः गङ्गातट। अतएव अत्र सङ्केतस्य तात्पर्यं किं, नाम तात्पर्यस्य तात्पर्यं किम्? एतस्य पर्यालोचनया एव आगच्छति यत् अयं मुख्यार्थ न, मुख्यार्थसम्बन्धी भिन्नः। अतएव सति तात्पर्ये सर्वे सर्वार्थवाचकाः यदि तात्पर्यस्य अनुसन्धानं यदि क्रियते तदैव स्पष्टं भविष्यति यत् तत्र अयम् अर्थः तटरूप अर्थः मुख्यार्थ न। तत्र किन्तु तथापि मया एवं चिन्त्यते यत् तत्र लक्षणा इति अस्तु, किन्तु तत्र लक्षणा नाम गङ्गायां घोषः, अत्र गङ्गा शब्दद्वारा तटार्थः बोध्यते। वस्तुस्तु बोधे तटरूप तत्र अर्थ तटः एव गङ्गा शब्देन, गङ्गा शब्दद्वारा तटस्य बोधः एव आवश्यकः भवति। अतएव तत्र गङ्गा शब्दस्य एक अर्थ तटः इति न उक्त्वा यदि एवम् उच्यते यत् गङ्गा शब्दस्य अर्थ जलप्रवाह, जलप्रवाह रूप अर्थ गङ्गायां घोष इत्यत्र न संगच्छते। अहं तत्र गङ्गा शब्देन अहं तटं बोधयितुम् इच्छामि इत्यस्य तात्पर्यं तत्र तटः गङ्गा न, जलप्रवाह न, किन्तु जलप्रवाह रूपाया गङ्गाया यद् वैशिष्ट्यं तद् वैशिष्ट्यम् अत्रापि अस्ति इति कृत्वा अहं जलप्रवाह रूपस्य मुख्यार्थः तद् मुख्यार्थेन सह अस्य अभेदारोपः मया क्रियते। अतएव अभेदारोपद्वारा एव अयम् अर्थः आगच्छति। अतएव अर्थस्य प्राप्तिरेव आवश्यकी भवति। अतएव सः गङ्गा शब्दस्य एव एक अर्थः इति चिन्तनेन किं प्रयोजनं? यदि अहं कथयामि गङ्गा शब्दस्य कोऽपि अर्थः एव अयं न, किन्तु तत्र गङ्गा शब्दस्य च मुख्यार्थः तेन मुख्यार्थेन सह अभेदारोपात् तत्र मुख्यार्थः ज्ञायते, तत्र मुख्यार्थद्वारा अन्य एक अर्थः स्मर्यते, तटरूप अर्थः स्मर्यते, तेन स्मृतेन तटरूपार्थेन मुख्यार्थस्य अभेदारोपात् एव अयं प्रयोगः। अतएव तत्र गङ्गा शब्दस्य अयम् एक अर्थः इति चिन्तनेन किं प्रयोजनमस्ति? एतत् चिन्तनीयं भवति। मम तु नाम अर्थस्य उपपत्तिः कथं भवति, उपपत्तौ चिन्ता कर्तव्या। तत्र शाब्दबोधे केवलं पदार्थ एव शाब्दबोध विषयीभूत न भवति, अपदार्थोपि शाब्दबोध विषयीभूत भवति इति तु स्पष्टम्। अन्यत्र अहमत्र न वैषद्येन वच्मि। तत्परम् आगच्छति यत् तात्पर्यार्थ नाम अस्ति। अतएव तात्पर्याख्या एका पृथक् वृत्ति इति वदन्ति मीमांसकादयः। तत्र काव्यप्रकाशेऽपि तात्पर्यार्थोऽपि केषुचित् तस्य उत्तरं तु दत्तमेव अन्यैः, यत् तत्र आकाङ्क्षादिवशादेव अयम् अर्थः ज्ञायते। किन्तु व्यञ्जनाविषये वक्तव्यमस्ति यत् व्यञ्जना एका पृथक् वृत्तिः। अतएव व्यञ्जनाया शब्दवृत्तित्वं कथं भवति? वस्तुतस्तु व्यञ्जना नाम एकं वाक्यम् उच्यते, गतोस्तमर्कः इति एकं वाक्यम्। अतएव वाक्यमेव यदि शब्दः इति उच्यते तद् वक्तुं शक्यते वाक्यवृत्ति नाम शब्दवृत्ति। एवं भावेन एक नाम जो शब्दः भवति तस्मिन् शब्दे तत्र सर्वदा तस्य शब्दस्य एकस्य शब्दस्य व्यञ्जकत्वं यदा भवति तदा भवितुमर्हति शब्दवृत्ति, किन्तु वाक्ये वृत्ति यदा भवति तद् वाक्यमपि शब्दः इति वक्तुं शक्यते। किन्तु प्रश्नः भवति मम यत् चिन्तयतु गङ्गायां घोषः इत्यनेन तत्र शीतत्वपावनत्वादिरातिशय्यम् अत्र व्यङ्गार्थः। व्यङ्गार्थस्य बोधनमत्र प्रयोजनम्, अतएव प्रयोजनलक्षणा इति उच्यते। तत्र एवम् उच्यते, किन्तु मम वक्तव्यमस्ति यत् व्यङ्गार्थ यदा तत् वाक्यस्य अर्थबोधः भवति गङ्गायां घोषः, तदा गङ्गाशब्देन तटरूपार्थः बोध्यते। अतएव गङ्गाशब्देन तटस्य उपस्थितिः स्यात्, तेन तु वाक्यार्थः आगच्छति। किन्तु तत्र गङ्गायां घोषः इत्यस्य अर्थः गङ्गातटे घोषः नाम इत्येव अर्थम् अवगच्छति। गङ्गातटे एव गङ्गा शब्देन अत्र ज्ञायते। किन्तु शीतत्वपावनत्वादि अतिशय्यम् अत्र तु शब्दबोधमध्ये नास्ति। गतस्थमर्कः इत्यस्य शब्दबोधः कथं भविष्यति? इत्यस्मिन् शब्दबोधे नाम छन्दोपासनं कर्तव्यम् इति अर्थः अत्र न आगच्छति, शब्दबोधे न आगच्छति। लक्षणावृत्ति इति मया तु उक्तं यत् लक्षणां कथयतु अभेदोपचारं, किन्तु शब्दवृत्तिं न कथयतु इति मया उक्तं। किन्तु तत्रापि एका युक्तिरस्ति यत् तत्र तटरूपार्थस्य ज्ञानं विना अन्यः अत्र न भविष्यति। किन्तु तत्र गतस्थमर्कः इत्यत्र इदानीं सन्धावनं कर्तव्यम् इत्यादयः ये अर्थाः ते अर्थात् शब्दबोधविषयीभूता न भवति। शब्दबोधविषयः भवति सूर्यस्य अस्तगमनमेव। तत्परम् अयं पृथक् अर्थः ज्ञायते। तत्र तु अन्येन उपायेन प्रसङ्गात् प्रकरणादितः अन्यस्य विषयस्य स्मरणं बोधः। यदा कुत्रापि तत्र सर्पस्य निर्मोकं दृष्ट्वा ज्ञायते यत् तत्र सर्पः भवति इति। किन्तु सर्पस्य निर्मोकस्य यद् दर्शनं प्रत्यक्षं, तस्य प्रत्यक्षस्य विषयः भवति स निर्मोकः एव। तत्र सर्पः प्रत्यक्षविषयो न भवति, तत्परं सर्पस्य ज्ञानं पृथक् भवति। अतएव तत्र यत्र व्यङ्गार्थोपस्थितिः भवति तत् आदौ तत्र तद्वाक्यस्य शब्दबोधः भवति, तत्परं व्यङ्गार्थस्य उपस्थितिः। तो व्यङ्गार्थस्य उपस्थितिः अनेकरूपेण भवति। तत्र केचन खण्डितवन्तः यत् तत्र अनुमानेन भवितुं नार्हति, व्याप्तिज्ञानं तत्र न सम्भवति इत्यादिकं। गच्छ गच्छ चेत्कान्त पन्थानस्सन्तुतेषु वा ममापि जन्म तत्रैव भूयात् यत्र गतो भवान् इत्यादिकं यत् उक्तं। तत्र नायिकाया एतत् वचनं श्रुत्वा नायकः अवगच्छति यत् गमननिषेधः, गमनं न गच्छ इति अर्थः आगच्छति। इति अर्थः कुतः आगच्छति? किन्तु प्रथमतः ममापि जन्म तत्रैव भूयात् यत्र गतो भवान्, तस्य शब्दबोधः आदौ भविष्यति। शब्दबोधे गमनं न कुरु इति अर्थः न आगच्छति। शब्दबोधात् परम् अयम् अर्थः आगच्छति। स अर्थः कुतः आगच्छति? तद् साहित्यिकाः कथयन्ति यत् व्यञ्जनया, व्यञ्जनशब्दस्य प्रयोगविषये मम समस्या नास्ति। एतादृशप्रक्रियां व्यञ्जनां कथयन्तु, तेन समस्या नास्ति। किन्तु प्रश्नः भवति यत् वृत्तिस्वीकारेण किं प्रयोजनं? वृत्तिरूपेण व्यञ्जनस्वीकारेण किं प्रयोजनं? तत्र अनुमानं न भवति इति उच्यते। तत्र यदि गच्छति तर्हि मम प्राणत्यागः भवति। अतएव एतद्द्वारा गमनं न उचितम्। अपि च तत्र एतद्द्वारा तत्र पतिं प्रति प्रियायाः य अनुरागः अनुरागातिशय्यमस्ति स अर्थ अवगतः भवति इति अर्थः आगच्छति। एतत् सर्वं कथं भवति इति यदि वास्तवदृष्ट्या यदि पृच्छ्यते तर्हि भविष्यति यद् अनुमानादिद्वारा। पश्यतु तत्र अनुरागः यः वर्तते एतद् वचनद्वारा अनुरागः एव प्रकाशितः भवति इति यत् उच्यते स अनुरागः अनुमानद्वारा न भवति इति वक्तुं न शक्यते इति उच्यते। किन्तु कथं न, तत्र काव्ये कविः परिस्थितिम् एतादृशीं रचयति। वस्तुस्तु कोऽपि अनुरागसत्यतया नास्ति, किन्तु तथापि एवं वक्तुं शक्नोति यत् भवती गते अहं मरिष्यामि। अतएव तद्वारा अनुरागो नापि स्यात्, तथापि एवं बाह्यतः वक्तुं शक्नोति। कथम् अनुरागस्य ज्ञानं कथं? तत्र साहित्यिकाः कथयन्ति यत् कविप्रतिभया अयम् अर्थः। कविप्रतिभया नाम कवि किं करोति? तत्र व्याख्यानं दातव्यं किल। तद् व्याख्यानद्वारा एव आगच्छति। कवि कथम् एवं विधां स्थितिं रचयति। पूर्वं किमपि उक्तं, परं किमपि उक्तं, तत्र एतद्द्वारा एव स्पष्टं भवति। नाम कोऽपि कथयति भवती गते अहं मरिष्यामि, तस्य वचनद्वारा अनुरागस्य ज्ञानं कुतः भवति? यदि तस्य नायिकायाः स्वरूपम् अहं जानामि, अस्मिन् काव्ये पूर्वं परं च यत् लिखितं तत् इयं नायिका सत्यं तत्र नायके प्रीतिं करोति। नाम काव्यं त्यजति। साधारणतः यदि कोऽपि कथयति भवती गते अहं मरिष्यामि, एतत् सत्यं कथयति न वा इति कथं ज्ञास्यामि? तत्र तस्य पूर्वाचरणद्वारा एतद्द्वारा मया ज्ञातं यत् अस्य अनुरागः मां प्रति अनुरागः अस्ति, एषा छलकारिणी नास्ति। एतस्य ज्ञानम् अन्येन उपायेन भवति। तदा अहं यदा कथयति तदा अहम् अवगच्छामि यत् मम अनुरागः। किन्तु मया पूर्वं दृष्टं यत् एतया छलादिकं कृतं पूर्वम्, अतएव सा यदि कथयति यत् भवती गते अहं मरिष्यामि, तद्वारा अनुरागस्य प्रतीतिः न भवति। अतएव कविः एवं परिस्थितिं रचयति, तद्वारा अयम् अर्थः आगच्छति। व्याख्यानं पृच्छतु, न व्याख्यानं किमपि नास्ति, हृदयविद्वता। एतत्तु आधुनिकविज्ञानम् एतत् न सहते। तत्र ये दार्शनिकाः जीवन् तत् सर्वत्र युक्तिः दातव्या अस्ति। नाम न एतद् अलौकिकम्, अलौकिकत्वं कथं तद् युक्तिः दातव्या। तत्र अन्तःकरणे तत्र तु ज्ञानं कथं भवति? तत्र व्याख्यानं दत्तम्, आत्मा मनसा संयुज्यते मनः इन्द्रियेण विषयेण। अथवा अन्तःकरणस्य वृत्ति अथवा ध्याने तन्मयता कुतः आगच्छति? तत्र सर्वत्र वैज्ञानिकं व्याख्यानं, साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेनेशन अस्ति। अतएव तत्र यदि व्याख्यानं क्रियते कविप्रतिभया समुपस्थाप्यते, कविप्रतिभया कथं समुपस्थाप्यते, येन उपायेन समुपस्थाप्यते तत्तदुपायद्वारा एव व्यङ्ग्यार्थः अवगन्तव्यः। अतएव तत्र पृथक् वृत्तित्व स्वीकारेण किं प्रयोजनम् इति मम प्रश्नः। नाम एवं भवतु, स एव व्यङ्ग्यार्थः, व्यञ्जनावृत्ति उच्यतां, किन्तु व्यञ्जना इति उच्यतां, किन्तु पृथक् वृत्तित्व स्वीकारेण किं प्रयोजनम्? अहं तस्य अर्थस्य आवश्यकता मम वर्तते साहित्यनिर्माणे। नाम किमपि साक्षात् कथयामि तत्र तु रुचिरता नास्ति। यदि वक्रभावेन किमपि कथयामि तर्हि तद् रुचिरं भवति, सौन्दर्यं तत्र अस्ति, अहं तद् न स्वीकरोमि। अतः तादृशार्थस्य लाभः केनापि उपायेन आवश्यकः। एवम् अन्येन दृष्टोपायेन यदि अयम् अर्थः लभ्यते तर्हि पृथक् वृत्तित्व स्वीकारेण किं प्रयोजनं वृत्तित्व स्वीकारं विनापि यदि अहमत्र लभ्यते एते एव मम विचाराः सन्ति इत्युक्त्वा तत्र एतद्विषये चिन्तनीयं गवेषकैः नाम तत्र लक्षणा का अभिधा का व्यञ्जना का व्यङ्ग्यार्थ लक्ष्यार्थ एतत् सर्वं किं किम् एतद्विषये चर्चा सर्वत्र वर्तते किन्तु गवेषकदृष्ट्या सर्वम् अन्वेषणीयम् अस्ति यत् किं किं भवितुमर्हति किं किं यथार्थम् अस्ति न वा स्वजुक्त्या चिन्तनीयं नाम एतद् मतम् अखण्डनीयमिति न अन्ये अपि खण्डनं करिष्यन्ति तस्यापि खण्डनं भवितुमर्हति एवं भावेन शास्त्रपरम्परा अक्षता स्थास्यति अतएव एवं भावेन दर्शनं करणीयम् अस्तु एतावत्पर्यन्तमेव इत्युक्त्वा यैव विरमामि
महोदयेभ्यः भूरिशः भूयांसः धन्यवादाः शब्दवृत्तिनिरूपणे मुख्यतया प्रवृत्तानां शाब्दिकानां साहित्यिकानां नैयायिकानां मीमांसकानां च नये वृत्तेः स्वरूपं तस्याः भेदं प्रत्येकभेदस्वरूपं स्वीकारस्य प्रयोजनं चाश्रित्य नानाविधयुक्तिपुरस्सरं बहुविध उदाहरणसहितं प्राध्यापकैः गुरुचरणैः सम्मानीयैः भट्टाचार्यपादैः सुष्ठु व्याख्यातं तथा च समीक्षितम् इति मन्ये सर्वे निश्चप्रचमेव अनेन भाषणेन भृशमुपकृताः कृतकृत्याश्च अभवन् इति विश्वसिमि अतो भूरिशः धन्यवादाः प्रणामाश्च विनिवेद्यन्ते महोदयानां चरणकमलेषु विभागपक्षतश्च कर्तव्यमपि ज्ञाप्यते यदि केषाञ्चित् प्रश्नाः स्युः तर्हि कृपया अभिजित् महोदय प्रश्नाः सन्ति वा
पश्यामि नास्ति केचन
प्रश्नाः न सन्ति अस्तु महोदयेभ्यः
छिन्नसंशया संवृत्ताः
मन्ये एवमपि भवितुमर्हति केषाञ्चित् बोधः न जातः एव भवितुमर्हति
ज्ञानवृत्तः भवति
पुनः पुनः पौनपुन्येन धन्यवादान् ज्ञापयामि महोदयेभ्यः महोदयः यदि स्थातुं शक्नोति तर्हि
अस्तु
अधुना to our next lecture. Now I would like to proudly invite Professor Maudas Gupta, Madam, Professor and former Head Department of Sanskrit, University of Calcutta. She is a very renowned Vedic scholar in India and abroad. So she is very much famous all over the world, but I would like to take this privilege to introduce her very shortly. Professor Maudas Gupta is currently a professor in Sanskrit at Calcutta University till January 2016. She was awarded the prestigious Ishan Scholarship and the University Gold Medal along with many other prizes for her outstanding results in graduate and postgraduate examination of the University of Calcutta. She did her PhD at Jadavpur University on Rigvedic hymns ascribed to from Professor Abhijit Babu, I guess. A poetess herself, she is also known for writing on various issues concerning Sanskrit and Bengali literature. One of them is very worth mentioning here. She is a Sahitya Academy awardee in 2015 for her translation of Hajari Prasad Dwivedi's Anamadas Ka Potha in 2012 into Bengali. Recently, in the last year, she has been invited to the Oxford University, Oxford Center for Hindu Studies, University of Oxford, as Shivadasini visiting fellow. She has delivered a series of lectures on the philosophy and worldview of women of the Rig Veda there. She has also composed 4 self-authored books and 8 edited books till now, and numerous research articles in various journals of India and abroad. We are very much grateful to have her here in this platform, in this conference, as a special guest of this conference. Now, the lecture of Professor Dasgupta. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you all. And I consider it is my privilege to be present here and sharing the same platform, be it a web platform, but with the renowned Professor Jan Huben, whom I fondly call Yanda, and I pay my homage to you, Yanda, please. And first of all, I must greet the organizers of this international webinar that brings the world close, even when it is not physically possible in arranging seminars and conferences across the world. So I think it's a blessing in its disguise at this hour of crisis that we can at least directly interact with international speakers coming from all over the world. So let's enjoy the present situation rather to blame it. This pandemic is really unfortunate, but this made us invent such programs like these webinars, and I'm really fortunate to be here to hear Professor Jan Huben speaking on the Shabdartha-vritti and various shastras, and he has already spoken almost all the features that can be the matter of this 5-day conference. And in addition to that, Professor An Bhattacharya, I also greet him cordially because though a junior of a few years and as a student and me, he became professor before myself, and he is a very renowned scholar and teacher. He was recently awarded the Shiksha Ratna Award of this state, which I think Somajit should have mentioned, or he might have mentioned, but I missed it. I must mention it, that he is a wonderful teacher, and still, even after being the professor who has so many duties to observe other than teaching the students, other than the dissemination of knowledge, he also has many important duties to do, but he never neglects his teaching profession. He always teaches, and he is always eager to help all the students who are really eager to know the language and the shastras that is in Sanskrit, that contains the language Sanskrit. However, I was asked to speak for 10 minutes by the organizers, and now I think you are all very much enriched. You have been all enriched with both the speakers, what they said. Now I am to sum up the inaugural day of this international webinar, and I think myself really fortunate for that, and I'm obliged to the organizers of this webinar, and I must begin my whatever I have to speak with a Mangalacharanam, and that's to Devi Saraswati. Om Ambitame Naditame Devitame Saraswati Aprashasta ivasmasi Prashastimam Manaskridhi. Oh, the best mother, the best river, the best goddess, Saraswati. You are our mother. We are as if very aprashasta, that is not broadened up enough. We are narrow-minded. Please broaden us, broaden our mind, broaden our knowledge. That is the spirit what we guess Rishi Grithamada wanted to deliver through this immortal verse. And that is the point. Why should we understand some particular thing by some particular word? And you know all by this time that Shabda is considered as a pramana, as pramana, that is means of knowledge, and not all Shabda or all words are considered as a means of knowledge. It is only the Vedas that is adhered to as the Shabda Pramana by Nayayikas. However, these Vedas, they do contain the whole, they do sustain the whole Indian philosophy, that is atheist, not only atheistic, the Astika philosophies, the main aspects of Astika philosophy, and there are so many things. The entire system, that is social, political, jurisdictional, everything depended on the dictum of Vedas. Vedas, without adhering to the Vedas, no Shastras were composed. It is kind of the constitution of that time. Like we adhere to our constitution today, those days, for thousands of years, the Indians adhered to the Vedas and considered it as a Samvidhana, as their authority for their ritualistic and everyday practice, whatever they used to do in life, whatever, even when before they were born, they were under the guidance of the Vedas. They were inside the circle of a chain of sacrifices. And these sacrifices denoted by the Vedas are really something which gives birth to curiosity in modern scholars. What is really the yajnas or the sacrifice? Do you know anyone who got something directly after performing a sacrifice? Is there any such pratyaksha, a direct proof that anyone got something after performing a sacrifice? Then why should a person move his little finger, even his little finger, without knowing that it will certainly give some result to him, whatever he wishes to get by this sacrifice? Why should he give his effort, time, and waste his money on this, on performing these sacrifices? Here, the only question, the only authority of performing the sacrifice is but the Vedas. The Vedas only instruct to perform sacrifice to get certain results which cannot be achieved or attained by pratyaksha or anumana, by direct or inference, by direct knowledge or inferential knowledge. And it is only the Vedas, the words of the Vedas, that tell you that you may get whatever you wish through some alaukika upaya, some way that is not that is not to be attained by direct knowledge, not to be attained by inferential knowledge, but only by the words of the Vedas. Then why it comes? The point comes here, and the question was raised by the very ancient predecessors of ourselves, thousands and thousands years ago, that why should one adhere to the Vedas? Because it is composed in words. It is Shabdavaya. It is only Shabda. And Shabda, as a human being, a person, utters a Shabda and he claims it to be the authoritative. It is never accepted, because a human being can perform many careless mistake, or can be intendedly mistold, or it might reflect his inadequacy of his sensual abilities, or it even might be his wrong perception. So the whatever a human being says, cannot be taken as a proof, as authority, since his words can be false due to these four reasons. That is his false perception, that is bhranti, his carelessness, that is pramada, his inadequacy of his sense organs, that is karana patava, and his intention to mislead you, that is vipratilipsa, that is to mislead you, to tell you what is not true. He may even intentionally do that. So when these four things are there, how do we get the Shabda as authority? And that Shabda will dictate our society, our religion, our political system, jurisdiction, everything for thousands and thousands of years. So that should be based on a concrete basis. That's why, to understand the meaning of the words of what the Vedas say, the Mimamsa philosophy was born. Actually, it was shaped to solve those problems, and this is to be also remembered, that the language of the Vedas were so archaic that even after 1,000 years, it was not very much comprehensible to the speakers, to the sacrificers, to the common people. Many of the words were obscure. The idiomatic applications were often obscure. There were syntax which meant something in a regular language, the language that was spoken by the people of 1,000 years after. So after 1,000 years, it became really incomprehensible in many ways to estimate what the Vedas exactly wanted to say. And that dispute gave birth to many doctrines. And here comes the Mimamsakas first, who take this responsibility to decide what the Veda Vakyas really mean. And to understand the Vakyas, the speeches, the instructions, injunctions of the Vedas, especially regarding the sacrifices, are what they deal with. And, this is not only the Brahmanas. As we know that the Vedas are mainly divided in two parts. One is comparatively prior writing, archaic portion, that is the Sanghita or mantra portion, and the second portion. This also constitutes the Veda. This also makes the Veda proper. It is the Brahmana Angsha. The Brahmana Angsha are invariably, these portions are later, since we get few of the verses from the mantras or Sanghita portion, it being explained in the Brahmana. It can be understood that by the time the Brahmana text came into existence, some portions, some mantras became obscure. Ordinary people couldn't understand their meaning, so the Brahmanas had to explain their meaning in their own ways. And you cannot say whether this was what the Brahmanas, whatever the Brahmana says, is really what the poet, the Vedic poet, intended to mean. What he meant to say might differ with what the Brahmana explains it to be. So where is the solution? Especially today, now we are looking at it with an academic approach. When with an academic approach you read the Vedas, you go through the injunctions, you go through even its poetry section, then you find there are so many things that are disputed, debated, and couldn't be understood, or it might signify many things apart than a particular signified object. There comes the question of the schism in the ritualists, in the interpretations of the Vedic literature. We find so many kinds of interpretations of the Vedas across the ages. In 5th century BC, Yaska says there were so many different schools who interpreted Vedas, like the Nairuktas, the Aitihasikas, the Yajikas, and the Adhyatmikas. There are so many types of interpretation, and they interpreted this very same verse in various ways. And thus, in Yaska's Nirukta, we find in his 3rd chapter that he is dealing with the inheritance of girl child to her paternal, whether she can be the heiress of his paternal property. There he mentions that some of the scholars who are his prior, who are his predecessors, they suggest that yes, girl child must inherit her father's property, since she is born out of her father and mother. She is an apatyam, apatatang bhavati, being born out of them. She just extends the family line, or she grows up on her own. So there should be no different discrimination between the girl and male child to inherit the paternal property. But there too, they quoted a verse by Vishwamitra of Rigveda 3rd Mandala, which very interestingly was taken as a proof by their opponents to prove that girls should not inherit their paternal property. So you see the self-same verse was interpreted by 2 opponent groups to claim that their interpretation is correct and the Vedas say so. Here the problem arises. If you don't understand the meaning of the word, how would it be possible to be guided by those ancient words across thousands and thousands of years? I hope this conference arranged by this Bihar Panchanan Burma University will be successful in bringing out or in attempting to solve some of these questions. And there are all 4 days to go, and we'll watch and see, and we'll listen to the uprising scholars as well as the known scholars discussing about the Shabdartha Vritti. In fact, this is the relation of word and meaning which gave birth to the Mimamsa, these Nyayikas, the disputes between the Nyayikas and the Vyakaranas and the Mimamsakas, all were based on this basic thing, the meaning, how a word conveys. How does a word convey a particular meaning, and why should take a meaning in the utterance, with the utterance of a particular word? It might, even it may, and it does mean many things other than its obvious signified object. There are so many proofs, and with the help of this clue, we'll even try to re-understand the language of the Sanghita, the portion of the Vedic most archaic portion, and it will help us in many ways, there is no doubt. I congratulate the organizers of this web conference, the International Web Conference, where we have scholar like Professor Jan Huben. I'm really fortunate to have the opportunity to share the platform with him, and my great tribute to all of the organizers, including the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the head of the department, who was my former colleague in Calcutta University, and the upcoming scholars were very enthusiastic and very, very much we just look upon them for taking our age-old shastras ahead in the world. So with the deepest regards to all, I hereby I complete what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful short lecture. I am sure that we will again listen to your valedictory speech on the last day of the conference. And for all of us know that Professor Mo Dasgupta will also deliver her valedictory speech on 29th of August 2020, the last day of this conference. And now I want to let you know, all who are live here, that there are almost 61 research papers that were submitted and evaluated by the review committee, respected review committee, and there are only 22 slots for paper presenters. So we had to very strict about the selection of the papers, and the review committee has done a great job, and I really thankful to all of them. Now, if Professor, I would like to request Professor Huben sir, if he can publish the abstract booklet I have sent him via WhatsApp. If he can do that, sir, can you do that for all of us to share the screen of the at least share the screen of the. Sir, please unmute, sir, please.
Yes. Okay. So,
So
I will show what I can. Only thing I can do is to show this.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
So abstracts are published. So congratulations, you have done a great job. And in such a short time, you organized this huge international event. Of course, I will go through it, and it looks like a beautiful abstract book. So I will see whether I can, here we can, I don't know if it's visible.
Yes,
Is it
sir.
sufficiently visible?
Yes, sir.
So first I will show again the first page, then next page.
You can read the first page at least.
So yes, so the abstract booklet of the 5-day-long online international conference on Shastreshu Shabdavarti Vichara, and organized by Department of Sanskrit, Cooch Behar, Panchanan Burma University, Cooch Behar, West Bengal, India, 25 August to 29 August 2020. So congratulations. And I think it will be available to all attendees or to speakers and attendees. So very detailed, you gave the abstracts. So the scholars, the students can see the background or the summary of each speaker's contribution. So it is, I think, in the PDF format, so it will be easily accessible to everyone. So congratulations to the organizers and to everyone who has contributed to this beautiful abstract book. So you are really making a new way to deal with, like Professor Dasgupta has also told, like the situation is very difficult, but in spite of these limiting circumstances, you have done your utmost to go on with our scientific deliberations and our scientific exchanges, which is a fantastic effort. So we wish a very successful conference for these coming 5 days. It's the beginning is very very well done and very promising. So that is the very well organized event. Thanks again to all organizer, and I'm very happy to see our international colleagues from Europe, being here in Europe, that I can that have been able to join.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, today we will have 2 more paper presentations, only 2.
Yes.
And paper presenters will be given 15 minutes each for their speeches. I would also request Professor Huben sir, if possible, sir, to chair this session also. Only 15 minutes, sir. 15 minutes each. Thank you so much. So I will now request Abhijit sir to call the names of the paper presenters for today. Thank you.
अस्तु अद्यतनीय प्रथमाधिवेशनस्य अन्तिमे एव समागताः वयम् अधुना तु समासतः धन्यज्ञापनवेला प्रायः सौमजितमहोदयेन धन्यज्ञापनं विज्ञापितमेव तथापि अनुरुध्यते धन्यज्ञापनाय सौमजित महोदय
आम् धन्यवाद ज्ञापनम् अधुना भवेत् उत
तथैव प्रथमाधिवेशनस्य अन्तिमे एव तत्परमेव
very fine. Okay. I would now officially thank Professor Ian Huven sir, the chief guest of our 5-day international conference. I am very much grateful to him and to his wife, my lovely madam, Professor Saraju Roth ma'am. Also, without her, I couldn't do this conference and convince Professor Huben sir to this. Thank you, madam. Also, then I would like to thank our guest of honor, Professor Ayan Bhattacharya sir, for coming to this platform and for sharing his wonderful views, academic views on the Shabdavritti Vichara from various aspects of grammarians, Naiyayikas, Sankhyas, and so on. I would also like to thank Professor Maudas Gupta, madam. She is one of the greatest scholars and professors and teachers and colleagues also. Although we are very, very, very young to her, though she treats us with very academic way, in a very academic way, and we are very much delighted to have her in this platform, and we will again listen to her lecture, to her valedictory lecture. That will be very 1 hour long lecture on this very topic with Vedic references, many Vedic references to Shabdavritti Vichara, again on the 29th, as I said earlier. So thank you very much, madam. Now I would also like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Dept Mukhopadhyay, sir, for inaugurating this 5-day international conference. I would also like to thank our very own, very lovable registrar, sir, Dr. Abdul Qadir Safili, sir, for his time, valuable time, and for his address and lecture on the theme or welcome address, I may say that. And I would also like to thank our head of the department, Professor Dr. Haridas Sarkar sir, for his wonderful speech in Sanskrit, welcome speech in Sanskrit. Though technical issues were there, though I think that everyone will understand the sayings of him, and I really thank to him. I would also like to thank my colleague Dr. Abhijit Mondol, joint convener of this conference, for his effortless, for this wonderful help to this conference. And last but not the least, I would also like to thank the prepper presenters, the listeners who are here, those who have registered through the registration link. Almost 1,175 registrations were there. We are very much grateful to all of them, each one of them. I would also like to thank each and everyone who were here and who will be. I expect they will be staying with us with the 4 days also, forthcoming 4 days also. Vote of thanks. I would like to conclude here. Thank you very much, sir.
सामोदित महोदयेभ्य धन्यवादं विज्ञापयामि। अधुना पत्रपाठः भविष्यति। आदवेव अनुरुध्यते कल्याणपाण्डा महोदयः अनुरुध्यते स्वकीयपत्रपाठनाय।
अभी श्रूयते वा?
आं श्रूयते।
जये को वा वर्णो बहुधा शक्तियोगात् वर्णाननेकान् निहितार्थो दधाति विजयीति चान्ते विश्वमादौ सदेवः सनो बुद्ध्या शुभया संयुनक्तु। नमः सदसस्पतये च सर्वादौ दासां चरणतले उपविश्य वेदशास्त्रज्ञानं लब्धं तासां दासगुप्तोपाह मौ महोदयानां प्रति मम सश्रद्धं प्रणमादिकं विज्ञाप्यते।
महोदय
आम्
कृपया भवतः दूरवाणीं सम्यक्तया सज्जीकरणं करोतु।
किञ्चित् एवं प्रकारेण यदि
अच्छा
परिवर्तनं कृत्वा एवं प्रकारेण नहीं आम् सम्यक् अस्ति।
अच्छा अस्तु। नमः सदसस्पतये च अभिरूपभूयिष्ठा परिषद् इयं शास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारः इति शास्त्रीयविषयम् अवलम्ब्य कोचबिहारमण्डलान्तर्गतस्य ठाकुरपञ्चाननवर्माख्यस्य विश्वविद्यालयस्य सुरवाग् विभागस्य उद्योगेन आन्तर्जालमाध्यमेन समायोजिते 5 दिवस साध्ये आन्तर्जातिक जातीय चर्चासत्रे मद्गवेषणापत्र पाठस्य शीर्षकं विद्यते अलङ्कारशास्त्रेषु शब्दवृत्तिविचारे ममताचार्यस्य स्वातन्त्र्यम् इति। यस्मिन् खलु ज्ञाते काव्यस्य विनिर्माणे तत्स्वरूप दोषगुणरीत्यलङ्काररसादीनाम् अवधारणे च सम्यक् शक्तिः उन्मिषिता भवति तन्नाम अलङ्कारशास्त्रम्। यथा व्याकरणाध्ययनं विना भाषाज्ञानं नैव सम्भवति तथा अलङ्कारशास्त्रस्य अध्ययनं विना काव्यज्ञानमपि नैव सम्भवति। शास्त्रस्य अस्य अध्ययनं विना चिन्तारत्नमिव च्युतोऽसि करतो धिं मन्दभाग्यस्य मे इत्यत्र तथा गुणैः अनर्घ्यैः प्रथितो रत्नैरिव महार्णवः इत्यत्र च उपमान उपमीययोः तुल्येऽपि लिङ्गभेदे पूर्वं दृष्टं न तु परम् इति कथंकारं ज्ञेयम्। एवं च जघन कांच्यादि पद कर्णावतंसादि पदयोः तुल्येऽपि पौनरुक्त्ये पूर्वत्र दृष्टं दुष्टं परत्र अदुष्टम् इति येन शास्त्रेण विचारितं तद्धि अलङ्कारशास्त्रम् अवश्यम अध्येयम ज्ञेयं च। काव्यतत्व विषये जे खलु आचार्याः स्वीय विचारान् प्रकटितवन्तः ते आलंकारिक शब्देन अभिधीयन्ते। यद्यपि शब्दार्थौ उपजीव्य व्याकरण न्याय मीमांसादिषु शास्त्रान्तरेषु भूयान् विचारो विहितः, तथापि शब्दार्थयो काव्यत्वेन अंगीकारात् आलंकारिकानां तद्विषयक विमर्श प्रवर्तनं समीचीनताम् आवाहयति इति मन्ये। ननु इष्टार्थ व्यवच्छिन्ना पदावली काव्यम, वाक्यम रसात्मकं काव्यम, रमणीयार्थ प्रतिपादक शब्द काव्यम इत्यादीनाम आचार्य दंडी विश्वनाथ जगन्नाथादीनां वचनात् शब्दस्य काव्यत्वे सिद्धे शब्दार्थौ काव्यम इति कथम अंगीक्रियते चेत् उच्यते अध्ययन योग्यता शब्दे बोधन योग्यता च अर्थे विद्यमानत्वात् सकल प्रयोजन मौलीभूतस्य ब्रह्मस्वाद विशेषस्य रसस्य आस्वादनं प्रति उभयो शब्दार्थयो एव कारणता अंगीकारात् काव्यं पठितं काव्यं बुद्धम् इति उभयविध व्यवहार दर्शनाच्च शब्दार्थयोरेव काव्यता स्वीकार पक्षो दृढ़ीयान् भवति इति आलंकारिकानां समयः। तथा च उक्तं नागेशेन मर्म प्रकाशिकायां
आगत
आमाम्। कल्याण महोदय अनम्यूट।
आम्। तथा हि उक्तं नागेशेन मर्म प्रकाशिकायाम् आस्वाद्य व्यंजकत्वस्य उभयत्र अपि अविशेषात् चमत्कारी बोधजनक ज्ञान विषयतावच्छेदक धर्मवत्व स्वरूपस्य अनुपहसनीय काव्यलक्षणस्य प्रकाशादि उक्त लक्षतावच्छेदकस्य उभयवृत्तित्वाच्च काव्यं पठितं श्रुतं काव्यं पठितं काव्यं बुद्धं काव्यम् इति उभयविध व्यवहार दर्शनाच्च काव्यपद प्रवृत्ति निमित्तं व्यासज्य वृत्ति। अतएव वेदत्वादेः धर्मस्य उभयवृत्तित्व प्रतिपादकः तदधीते तद्वेद इति सूत्रस्थो भगवान् पतंजलिः प्राह। तर्हि एतावता शब्दार्थ विषयक विचार आलंकारिकानां प्रासंगिक इति सिद्धमेव। तथा हि कोऽयं शब्द इति चेदुच्यते महाभाष्यकार दिशा तस्मात् ध्वनिः शब्द इति। अभिधा लक्षणा व्यंजना इति शक्तित्रयम् आधृत्य मम्मटेन शब्दस्य वाचक लाक्षणिक व्यंजक इति भेदत्रयम् अर्थस्य च वाच्य लक्ष्य व्यंग इति भेदत्रयम् प्रतिपादितम्। तन्मते शब्दस्य उपर्युक्ताः त्रयो भेदाः काव्यमार्गे एव सम्भवन्ति। यथा स स्याद् वाचको लाक्षणिकः शब्दोऽत्र व्यंजकस्त्रिधा इति। शब्दशक्तीनां वृत्तीनां वा तिस्त्रीणां सर्वशास्त्रीय मान्यता नास्ति। अतएव तेन तत्र वृत्तौ उक्तम् अत्र इति काव्ये त्रिधा। मम्मटः त्रिधा इति पदेन शब्दस्य न अपितु तस्य उपाधीनां त्रैविध्यं स्वीकरोति। तन्मते उपाधिभेदात् एक एव शब्दः कदाचित् वाचकः क्वचित् लाक्षणिकः क्वचित् व्यंजकोऽपि भवितुमर्हति। यथा गंगायां घोषः इत्यत्र गंगा शब्दो वाचको लाक्षणिको व्यंजकश्च। अत्रैव मम्मटस्य स्वातन्त्र्यम्। शब्दस्य कुत्र शक्तिः इति शास्त्रकाराणां महान् मतभेदो दृश्यते। तथा हि जात्याकृति विशिष्ट व्यक्तौ शक्ति इति नैयायिकाः। जात्याकृति व्यक्तिषु तिसृषु शक्तिरिति वैयाकरणाः। कार्यत्वान्विते अनुभाविका शक्तिः जातौ तु स्मारिका शक्ति इति प्राभाकर मीमांसकाः। जातावेव शक्ति व्यक्तिर्भानं तु आक्षेपादिनां विना इति भाट्ट मीमांसकाः। परन्तु मम्मटाचार्यः समन्वयकृत रूपेण निष्कर्षतः जाति विशिष्ट व्यक्तौ शक्ति इति अभिमतं पोषयन् अगादि संकेतितश्चतुर्भेदो जात्यादि जातिरेव वा इति प्रसंगेऽस्मिन् पूर्वमीमांसकानां तथा महाभाष्यकारस्य जात्यादिरिति पक्षस्य तथा न्यायदर्शनाभिमतस्य जाति विशिष्ट व्यक्ति रूपस्य पक्षस्य किंच बौद्ध दर्शन सम्मतस्य अपोह रूपस्य वा अतद् व्यावृत्ति रूपस्य पक्षस्य च निर्देशः कृतोऽस्ति मम्मटेन। तस्मात् तद्वान् अपोहो वा शब्दार्थ इति कैश्चित् उक्तः इति। एतेन शब्दशक्ति विमर्शे आलंकारिकाचार्यस्य मम्मटस्य स्वातन्त्र्यं काव्यमार्गे विशेषतः उल्लेखनीयम्। शब्दात् तदर्थबोध संकेत ज्ञानम अपेक्षते। काव्यशास्त्रिभिः नैयायिकानामेव संकेतग्रह स्वीकृतः अस्ति। आचार्य मम्मटो शास्त्रस्य इमां मान्यताम् एव आधृत्य वाचकशब्दस्य लक्षणं कृतवान् अस्ति। साक्षात् संकेतितम् अर्थम् अभिधत्ते स वाचकः इति। अस्याः कारिकाया वृत्तौ तेन प्रोक्तं यत् लोकव्यवहारे संकेतज्ञानं विना शब्दात् अर्थप्रतीतिः न भवति। संकेतज्ञानस्य साहाय्येनैव शब्द अर्थविशेषं प्रतिपादयति। समय नाम संकेत इति मम्मटस्य अपि अभिमतम्। यथा स नाभिधा समयाभावात् इति कारिकायां स्पष्टीकृतं च कारिकाया अस्या उद्धृतटीकायां शक्ति अतिरिक्त पदार्थः तद्ग्राहक संकेतः इत्यादि। शब्द सामान्य विषये आलंकारिका मौनम अवलंबन्ते। शब्द विशेषस्य वाचक लाक्षणिक व्यंजक भूतस्य स्वरूपम अभिहितमेव आलंकारिकै। परंतु शब्द विशेषस्य स्वरूप ज्ञानात् पूर्वं शब्द सामान्य स्वरूपम अवश्यं ज्ञेयम् इति शब्दो नाम यत्खलु श्रूयते असौ शब्दः। तथा च व्युत्पत्ति शब्दते इति शब्दः शब्दस्य एव अपराविधा वाक्। एतद्वर्यम् अन्यत् यद्वस्तु विद्यते तत्सर्वम् अर्थपदेन व्यपदेश्यम्। इयर्ति इति विग्रहेण कर्मणि कर्तरि वा ठन् प्रत्ययेन अर्थशब्दः निष्पन्नः। इमौ शब्दार्थौ अभिव्यक्त्य समस्तं जगत् तिष्ठति इति शाब्दिकानां समयः। तथा च उक्तं वाक्यपदीये हरिणा अनादि निधनं ब्रह्म शब्दतत्त्वं यदक्षरं विवर्तते अर्थभावेन प्रक्रिया जगतो जतः। अपि च नशोऽस्ति प्रत्ययो लोके ज शब्दानुगमादृते अनुविद्धमेव ज्ञानं सर्वं शब्देन दृश्यते। दण्डिनापि काव्यादर्शे विचारितम् इदमन्धं तमः कृष्णं जायेत भुवनत्रयं यदि शब्दाहयं ज्योति आसंसारं न दीप्येत इति। किंच काव्ये के पुनः अर्था इति जिज्ञासायां वाच्यादयः तदर्थास्यु इत्याह मम्मटः। आदिपदेन अत्र लक्ष्यव्यङ्गौ अवधेयौ। वृत्तिं विना अर्थबोधने अतिप्रसङ्गः इति न्यायात् एतेषाम् अर्थत्रयाणां बोधार्थं तिस्रः वृत्तयः अपि काव्यमार्गे स्वीकृताः। तदुक्तं विश्वनाथेन साहित्यदर्पणे वाच्यो अर्थो विधया बोध्यो लक्ष्यो लक्षणया मतः व्यङ्गो अव्यञ्जनया स्युः तिस्र शब्दशक्तयः। कियं वृत्तिर्नाम शब्दबोधजनक ज्ञान विषय पदार्थ संबंधत्वं वृत्तित्वम् इति निष्कर्षः। सोऽयं वृत्तिशब्दः क्रिया व्यापार शक्ति वृत्तिपदैः शास्त्रादिषु आचार्यैः व्यवह्रियते। शब्दबोध हेतु पदार्थ उपस्थित्य अनुकूल पदपदार्थयोः सम्बन्धो वृत्तिरिति तत्त्वचिन्तामणौ शब्दखण्डे गङ्गेशोपाध्यायाः प्रवदन्ति। सा च वृत्तिर्वा शक्तिर्वा व्यापारो वा क्रिया वा वाच्यवाचकरूपा वा। वृत्तिविभाग विषये विप्रतिपत्तिर्विद्यते विदुषां। केचिद् वृत्तिरेकविधत्वं केचिद्वा त्रिविधत्वं केचन वा चतुर्विधत्वं स्वीकुर्वन्ति। नैयायिकैः व्यञ्जना व्यतिरिक्तम् अभिधा लक्षणा चेति वृत्तिद्वयं स्वीकृतं। मीमांसकमते अभिधा लक्षणा गौणी चेति तिस्रो वृत्तयः। वेदान्तिनां मध्ये केचिद् वृत्तित्रयं केचिद्वा वृत्तिद्वयं स्वीकुर्वन्ति। आलङ्कारिकेषु अपि मतवैविध्यं विद्यते। काव्यनिर्णयाख्ये ग्रन्थे धनिकाचार्यो व्यञ्जनावृत्तिं न स्वीकृत्य व्याख्यातवान् यत् अभिधा लक्षणातिरिक्तस्य विद्यमानस्य रसाद्यर्थस्य ज्ञानं केवलं तात्पर्यवृत्त्या एव भवति। आनन्दवर्धनादि आलङ्कारिकानां राद्धान्तोऽयं यत् अभिधा लक्षणा व्यतिरिक्ते स्थले सर्वे अर्था व्यञ्जनया एव प्रतीयन्ते। परं मम्मट विश्वनाथादय आलङ्कारिका वृत्तिचतुष्टयम् अङ्गीचक्रुः। सा च तुर्या वृत्ति तात्पर्यवृत्तिरिति। उक्तं मम्मटेन काव्यप्रकाशे तात्पर्यार्थोऽपि केषुचित् इति। साहित्यदर्पणे च उच्यते विश्वनाथेन वृत्तीनां विश्रान्तेरभिधा तात्पर्यलक्षणानाम् अङ्गीकार्या तुर्या वृत्तिर्बोधे रसादिनाम् इति। तात्पर्यवृत्तिमवलम्ब्य विबदमानं वादद्वितयं प्रख्यातमेव अलङ्कारशास्त्रे अभिधान्वयवाद अन्यताभिधानवादश्च इति। काव्यमार्गे शब्दार्थयो स्वरूपस्य तयो सम्बन्धरूपाया शक्ते वृत्तिर्वाच विस्तृतं सुव्यवस्थितं च विवेचनं मम्मटस्य काव्यप्रकाशे एव कृतमस्ति। तदीय शब्दवृत्ति विमर्शनस्य आधारभूतं विशुद्धं काव्यमेव इति प्रतिभाति। शब्दवृत्ति विमर्शन क्षेत्रे स एव प्रथम आलङ्कारिकाचार्य येन काव्यशास्त्रे शब्दार्थयो सांगोपांगो विवेचनस्य परंपरा प्रचालिता। तेन सर्वत्र व्याकरणशास्त्रस्य मान्यता प्रमाणत्वेन गृहीता अस्ति। शब्दार्थ विवेचने अपि तेन गौ शुक्ल चलो डित्थ इत्यादौ चतुष्टयी भावना प्रवृत्ति चतुष्टयी शब्दानां प्रवृत्ति इति महाभाष्य वचनम् उद्धरता। शब्दानां प्रवृत्ति निमित्तं चतुर्विधम् इति महाभाष्यकाराशयम् अनुसरता। संकेत ग्रह विषयीभूतस्य अर्थस्य जातिरूपः अर्थः गुणरूपः अर्थः व्यारूपः अर्थः ददृच्छारूपः अर्थः इति चातुर्विध्यं प्रदर्शितम्। मीमांसकानामिव विश्वनाथ अपि अभिधाम् ईश्वरोद्भावितां शक्तिं मन्यते। यथा स लक्षणानिरूपणे साहित्यदर्पणे सा अभिधा शब्दस्य अर्पिता स्वाभाविकेतरा ईश्वरानुद्भाविता वा शक्तिर्लक्षणा नाम इति। उद्भटमते शब्दस्य व्यापारद्वयम् अभिधा गुणवृत्तिश्च। गुणवृत्तिर्नाम लक्षणावृत्तिः आनन्दवर्धनेन ध्वने प्रतिष्ठापन प्रसंगे अभिधाया उपन्यासमात्रमेव कृतम्। तन्मते अभिधा अभिधानशक्ति तथा व्यंजना अवगमनशक्ति। तदुक्तं ध्वनिकारेण न हि जैव अभिधानशक्ति सैव अवगमनशक्ति इति। परन्तु ममताचार्यस्य स्वातन्त्र्यमत्र यत् तेन काव्यप्रकाशे विश्वनाथादीनाम् एव अभिधा ईश्वरीया शक्ति इति न विवेच्य स्वाभाविकी शक्ति इति मनुते। तन्मते शब्दस्य संकेतितो अर्थ मुख्यः, तस्य अर्थस्य बोधिका अभिधा शक्तिरपि मुख्यो व्यापारः। यथा स काव्यप्रकाशे अष्टमकारिकायां स मुख्य अर्थ तत्र मुख्य व्यापारो अस्या इदमत्र अवधेयं तत् पूर्ववर्तिना मुकुलभट्टेन
महोदय न श्रूयते। अन्तर्जालिक असौविध्यं भवति। महोदय न श्रूयते। हेलो कल्याण पंडा महोदय न श्रूयते। मन्ये सम्बन्धः विच्छिन्नः जातः।
अस्तु।
हेलो
अस्तु।
हेलो
I think the connection is lost. So I request Professor Huben sir to call the next paper presenter for presentation. Sir.
Hello.
Sir, kindly unmute, sir. Sir, kindly.
Sorry. So we thank Professor Kalyan Panda for a very informative paper on Mamatacharya and his Swatantriyam, his independence as a thinker on Alankara Shastra. I don't know whether any questions are to be asked, and I didn't see it in the chat what I can see, but only I saw very positive comments in the chat. So maybe we will go to the next speaker, and that is analysis of Shabda Esse. Pramana, and that is by Dr. Vinay Kumar Upadhyay. So we are inviting Dr. Vinay Kumar Upadhyay to present his paper. I hope the connection will go well.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
Yes. Fully
Good
audible.
afternoon to everybody. I welcome all eminent, well-known and renowned scholars who are attending the 5-day international online conference organized by the Kuch Vihar Panchanand Brahma University. Before the title of my paper is Analysis of Shabda, Testimony as a Praman. Before presenting my paper, I like to
Good.
mention the
कौन
work
थे दोनों
written by
म्यूट कर
the
लो
Kalidas
ये तो आप
Sundarvansham Mahakavyam वाग अर्थाभिव संपृक्तौ वाग अर्थ प्रत्यय जगतः पितरौ वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ भर्तृहरि also written in the Brahmkand अनादि निधनम ब्रह्म शब्द यदक्षरम विवर्तते अर्थभावेन प्रक्रिया जगतो यथा. In काव्यादर्श Dandi also written Idam andham samam kirtanam jayet bhuvan trayam yadi sabdah vayam jyotir asansarana divyate. Now I come to the topic. We all know that philosophy is in general an interpretation of man and nature. Its basis lies in the analysis, assessment and exposition of the process of knowledge. In India, there are 6 orthodox schools of philosophy which recognize the authority of Vedas as divine revelation. Those who did not recognize this authority were the Jainas, Buddhists, heterodox and materialistics. The question of knowledge, its source, validity and their trueness were discussed by these different schools of philosophy in great length. The main area of discussion of epistemology existed in the classical and medieval periods. The school differ over the number of pramanas, sources or basis of the knowledge in spite of their contribution to a great extent to Indian epistemology. As we know, in Indian logic, true knowledge is a prama. True knowledge is prama, and means and source for the true valid knowledge are known as the prama. We can see the etymological meaning of the prama. Pra is the prefix, ma is the root, lut is suffix. Then we can the ma धातु करण कथम अर्थे प्र उपसर्ग ल्यूट प्रत्यय कृते सति प्रमाणम इति शब्द सिद्ध्यति. अन्नम भट्ट has written Prabhakaranam Pramanam. Prabhakaranam Pramanam. Valid knowledge is of 2 types. There are Anubhavaj, representative, Smriti, remembrance. Now we come to the what is the meaning of Shabd and various types of the Shabd. Shabd literally means verbal knowledge, because by it the meaning is verbally communicated. It constitutes in the knowledge of object derived from words or sentences. Words or sentences constitute verbal statements. However, all verbal statements are not valid. Hence, Gautam defines Shabda Praman as the statement of the reliable person. Aptvakyam Shabda. Here there are two words. Aptvakyam. Apt means aptastu yatharth vakta. Apt means apt, fit person, and reliable person, trustworthy person. And the statement of a reliable person. In the other word, verbal testimony is a communication from a trustworthy person. In Nyayaj, we see Vakyam Pad Samuha, combination of words conveying a meaning. Nayayikaj says that Shaktam Padam. Shaktam means possessing the powers of the comprehension. The power which endow a word to signify the sense is known as the Shakti, Vritti or Vyapar. Now we see the concept of Shabd in the different Indian classical systems. First we see the Nayayikaj concept. What Nayayikaj says. Gautam defines testimony as the instruction of a trustworthy person who has immediate knowledge of the moral law, dharma, and who is competent to guide others in the performance of their duty, and the abstention from sin or the attainment of good and avoidance of evil. Trustworthy persons are those who perceive objects as they exist in their real nature and communicate their right knowledge to others for their benefit out of the compassion of them. They are free from attachment. The assertion of those who know truth but speak falsehood are not valid. The assertion of trustworthy persons which are not fit for guiding person in the performance of right action and non-commission of sins are not testimony. Untrustworthy person are tainted with delusion. Testimony is an instruction which is expressed in a sentence or proposition. While the validity of verbal knowledge depends on its being based on the statement of a trustworthy person, its possibility depends on the understanding of the meaning of the statement. Therefore, Shabd is a source of valid knowledge, consists in understanding the meaning of the statement of the trustworthy person. Here, I want to highlight the main point regarding Shabd of the Nayayikaj. As we know, Nyaya is known as the Praman Shastra and Nayayikaj are known as the Pramanadya. So here there are three main points regarding the words of Nayayikaj. First, Nayayikaj accept Shabd Anitya, non-eternal. Second, they accept Jnana, knowledge is paratah pramanya. And third is, they old Nayayikaj said that asmad padad ayam artho bodhavya isi is.
Connection lost.
Unfortunately, we have lost him too.
Sir, please wait some time.
Is he trying to join?
No, no, no. Our first scholar, Kundan Panda, wants to conclude his paper.
Okay. Sir, with your permission, can we do that? Okay. Okay.
Of course, if possible, if the connection is now there, he should be able to finish.
Yeah, okay.
But where is Binay Kumar Upadhyaya?
So Kalyan Panda is here, Abhijit sir.
No. He also-
So
Okay, sir.
so now,
Nobody
sir,
is there.
your concluding remarks.
Please conclude.
We have already spent almost 4 hours. Uh, so your concluding remarks on the two papers.
So we thank the the people, the two scholars who have presented the papers, and unfortunately some concluding part is missing, but we have, on the other hand, we have the abstract, so we have the general overview is available. Maybe some other day connection will be better, and I'm surprised to see that the connection from Europe seems to be better than connection from India to India. So there's a good international connection. So now I see. So we thank the speakers for their brilliant papers. They are well-researched papers and well presented. Dr. Panda and Dr. Vinay Kumar Upadhyay from West Bengal and from Maharashtra. So it is even a great enterprise to keep everyone connected. So everyone, we have to congratulate once more the speakers also for their papers. And for, as I told, it was only at the end, it was both of them were interrupted because of some technical problem. But the main, the essence of their paper is then in the abstract book available. So I think maybe I can conclude then this session of the two papers, first papers, scientific papers for the conference, and wish the organizers also much success for the coming 4 days. Thank you very much, and all best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session also. We're very much grateful to you. If Professor Maudas Gupta is available, there is a question from Vivek Karmakar to you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Vivek,
Yes,
I saw your question in the chat box, and
yes.
I will be discussing it.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
the question is, when we say Veda was the constitution of old India, does it not seem intriguing that how can the topics dealt in Samhita, etc., can solve socio-political problems Kalpasutras can deal with? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Vivek. I'll discuss it. I have planned to discuss it in my last lecture when I'll get some time to do justice on my part to it. The main thing I think I have touched the point that the self-same verse could be interpreted in just the opposite way by various interpreters as they as they try to establish their own view. And since it is in a very archaic language and the words were obscure by the time of its interpretation, even in the Kalpa Sutras, it was really difficult to ascertain or to assign a particular meaning to a particular verse, but mainly not directly, but often indirectly and through simile and metaphors. Many socio-political things have been directed in the four Vedas, particularly in the Rig Veda and the Atharva Veda. Both of them give many directives for the society and political issues, directly or through simile or metaphors. And the interpreters and Vedangakaras, like the Kalpasutrakaras, they just constituted their sutras on the ritualistic, the Shraddha rituals and domestic rituals and Dharma Sutra. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yes, madam. Please continue.
Please, Vinay Kumar Upadhyay, please mute your.
These are later literature, and they have kind of interpreted the Vedic text, the ancient language, in their way to conform to the social need and political need of the time. This is a view, and I may discuss this matter. And in that way, the self-same verse could be interpreted in just two opposite meaning to debate on the same thing. Both the debating parties are referring to the same verse as the proof of the Vedas, and it belongs to the Samhita. So you see, as for the socio-political system, the Vedas were too held as the constitution or the guiding force of the society, the authority of everything. The Sanatana Dharma had to do it. And Dharma is not just practicing religious rituals, and it means the complete way of life, and the complete way of life was directed by the guiding force of the Vedas. And that's why Shabda is Pramana, is held as Pramana by the Nayayikas. And thank you. I may throw some more light and discuss it more with examples in my coming lecture, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for your answer. Sir, for Professor Huben, sir, here is my questions for you also. The last questions of the first day. The questions reads as: is there any distinction between Shastra language and subaltern language to the context of thought, words, and mind function?
Okay, so is there any link or any relation between the Shastra language and subaltern language? So in fact, I wrote a study on that, on the diglossia, so which is in fact very old in India. Like when we study Sanskrit texts, or even when we study the Veda, we should be aware that there was also in Vedic times there was Vedic Prakrit, like. There has always been an interaction between the learned language of the shishtas, of the educated people, and the general public, who cannot always speak a very learned language. But on the other hand, if the poet wants to express some very lively thought, he might pick up some word from the general public. So there is an interaction between these two. And so we find in the Rig Veda, we find, for instance, Jana Saha, which is the masculine plural of people, like but in later Sanskrit, that is simplified to janas. So the janasaha, it's a kind of exaggerated, very high level, like let's say hyper Sanskrit form of the plural jana. And we can see that the same phenomenon is there in Avesta, that such double ending to overemphasize a certain vibhakti. We find it in the more religious language of the Avesta or of Old Persian, but in the inscriptions we find both the more colloquial form, the general colloquial form, and the hyper, let's say, Sanskritized form. So it is a very universal phenomenon that these two are there. So we have the liveliness of the Shastric language and of the Vedic hymns. It comes from a lively language, which we can call subaltern, or we can call it a colloquial form. And both have been, the evolution has been going on together. Like, although we can fix the rules of grammar, the exact forms are always informed by both the Prakritic usage and the Sanskritic usage. So even if we see the dhatus of Panini, he has accepted sometimes forms of the same root, which are very close, but one is more Prakritic and the other is more Sanskritic. So, so the short answer is yes. The two are always over the centuries. They have always been interacting, and even in modern Sanskrit, spoken Sanskrit, we see influence of the spoken language. If we say in modern Sanskrit, dhanyavadaha swagatam, like you are welcome, to use swagatam in that way, it is in fact influenced from modern usage, like you're welcome, but in old, you will not find that in the old dramas. So there is some movement, like, because it's a lively language, even Sanskrit is a lively language, there will always be some influence from the spoken language. And one grammarian who has given more attention to Sanskrit as a living language, and for whom Paninian grammar is also a grammar of living Sanskrit, that was Narayana Bhatta. And I also wrote a study about Narayana Bhatta's Prakriya Sarvasva, who has a very liberal attitude to accepting Sanskrit as a lively language, but still he adhered to Panini's rules. So apart from the let's say the completely purest and pure Sanskrit, which we should all know actively and also passively, it is always useful to be aware of the local language, to have more contact with the general public. And even in Kama Sutra 1.4, they recommend that we should learn Sanskrit and also the local Desha Bhasha to become more successful in society. So basically, over the centuries, it is unavoidable that people were aware of both the higher level language, very polite and very learned, and you should be able to communicate in the local language, to have the solidarity with the general public, to not to be completely isolated as a scholar in the ivory tower. So both Sanskrit knowledge and the Desha Bhasha should be learned and practiced. So that is my brief answer to this interesting question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I think Shantanu Sarkar has got his answer
Okay.
completely.
Okay.
And thank you all. Thank you, madam. Oh, madam. Thank you, Bhuvan sir. Thank you, Saraju ma'am. Thank you, uh, Professor Oyan Bhattacharya. And thank you, very thanks, many thanks to the paper presenters, two paper presenters, though there was some problem, internet problem. Uh, Although we have understood your point, and the chairperson, Professor Huben sir, has commented on it properly. And with this, few words, we have to end our today's program inaugural session here, because it's been almost 4 hours. It's
4:30
Mm.
hours.
4:30 hours.
Hmm.
So we have to stop it
Time to
here.
take a break.
Yes, and we will definitely meet tomorrow with the same spirit and enthusiasm. And tomorrow's sessions will be particularly on Sahitya, Sahitya Shabdavritti Vichara, Shabdavritti Vichara on Sahitya Shastras. So, and I want to announce one thing to all uh, to the to all of the presenters, paper presenters, that despite we have only 22 slots that we have announced for paper presenters, but we have got a huge response from the paper presenters. 61 papers abstracts have been submitted to us, and therefore the review committee has selected 5 more papers. So there are 27 abstracts have been submitted. You can find those abstracts in the abstract booklet that has been shared with all of you after the formal publication of or launching of the abstract booklet by the Professor Jan Huben sir, our chief guest today. Thank you so much, and Sarvebhyo Namo Namaha. And I want to formally request to conclude this program to Dr. Abhijit Mondal sir. Sir.
अस्तु समयस्तु सञ्जात एव बहुकालः व्यतीतः, अतः अत्रैव समाप्यते। सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः। यान् हुमेन् महोदयेभ्यः भूयसः धन्यवादाः विज्ञाप्यते। महोदयाभ्यः मो मैडम दासगुप्त महोदयाभ्यः अपि धन्यवादाः विज्ञाप्यन्ते। सर्वेभ्यः धन्यवादं विज्ञाप्य अत्रैव सभायाः समाप्तिं नमो नमः।